hidden beneath the sands of Iraq. Archaeologists have unearthed clay tablets older than the Bible, older than the pyramids of Egypt. Etched on their surfaces are stories of beings who descended from the sky, beings who taught humanity how to write, how to measure time, how to build cities, how to track the heavens. It sounds like Hollywood science fiction, but these words were carved more than 5,000 years ago by the first civilization we know, the Sumerians. The surprise is, historians agree that the Sumerians gave us writing, mathematics, irrigation systems, even the base 60 system we still use on our clocks. But the Sumerians themselves insisted they did not invent these things. They said they were taught by the Anunnaki. Some clay tablets describe the Anunnaki as gods ruling heaven and earth, deciding the fate of humanity. Other texts, interpreted by controversial scholars like Zecharia Sitchin, claim they were extraterrestrials from a hidden planet called Nibiru, who came to mine gold and engineered humankind as their labor force. And it doesn't stop at Sumer. The Dogon tribe in Africa somehow knew about Sirius B, a star invisible to the naked eye. The Hopi carved sky beings into stone. Egypt worshipped gods with elongated skulls. Across oceans, across millennia, the same story repeats. Humanity's first teachers came from the stars. So who were they really? Ancient gods? Or visitors from another world? Let's explore the greatest mystery on the planet together. The dawn of Sumer. When we speak about the very first true civilization in human history, we are not speaking of Egypt, not of Greece, not even of China. We are speaking of a strip of land that today lies inside modern Iraq, between two great rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates. The ancient Greeks had a name for it: Mesopotamia, literally the land between rivers. It was here, 5,000 years ago, that humanity crossed a line it had never crossed before. Here the first cities rose. Here writing was invented. Here law was carved into clay. And here, the people we now call the Sumerians laid the foundations of everything we call civilization. Yet Mesopotamia was not a gentle homeland. The climate was harsh, the summers scorching, the winters chilling, the soil a patchwork of fertility and salt. Floods came suddenly, washing away fields and huts. Droughts struck with equal cruelty, leaving cracks in the earth and hunger in the villages. Life here demanded solutions. Survival meant cooperation, innovation, and resilience. And so, out of this relentless challenge, civilization itself was forced into being. By around 4500 BC, scattered farming communities began to gather near the rivers. The soil, though unforgiving in places, could be coaxed into fertility if water was guided through canals. Slowly, networks of irrigation spread, built by collective labor, overseen by leaders who were no longer just chiefs of a clan, but organizers of entire communities. Out of the mud and reeds, huts became houses, villages became towns, and towns grew into something the world had never seen before: cities. Imagine the sight. Where once the plain had been barren and flat, now towers of mud brick rose above the horizon. In Uruk, one of the earliest and greatest Sumerian cities, tens of thousands of people thrived behind protective walls. Markets bustled with traders exchanging grain, fish, pottery, and textiles. Streets echoed with the sound of craftsmen hammering bronze, potters shaping clay, weavers working looms. In the center, monumental temples, ziggurats, rose like mountains built by human hands. Stair-step towers painted in vivid colors, visible for miles. At their summits, priests conducted rituals meant to connect heaven and earth. To the south lay Ur, a city that would one day produce legendary kings and queens, and whose royal tombs still dazzle archaeologists with treasures of gold, lapis lazuli, and intricate musical instruments. Further back in time, there was Eridu, a place the Sumerians themselves called the first city ever built, home to the god Enki, lord of water and wisdom. To them, Eridu was not just a city, but the very cradle of divine human partnership. Each of these cities was more than a cluster of buildings. They were experiments in human organization, with walls, neighborhoods, markets, bureaucracies, and hierarchies. They required record-keeping, planning, and systems of order. Out of necessity, the Sumerians innovated. They created standardized measures for grain, weights for trade, contracts for exchange. But more than that, they invented something that would transform the human mind itself: writing. The earliest writing began as simple marks pressed into clay tablets, pictographs representing goods, numbers, and names. But over generations, these marks evolved into a system of wedge-shaped impressions we call cuneiform. By around 3200 BC, this script had become sophisticated enough to record not just accounts, but myths, laws, astronomical observations, and even personal letters. For the first time, the voice of an ancient people could leap across millennia and speak directly to us. It is hard to overstate what this meant. Before writing, history was fragile, dependent on memory, prone to distortion. With writing, knowledge became durable. Ideas could be transmitted, stored, and built upon. Civilization could accumulate experience rather than start anew each generation. The Sumerians had given humanity not just cities, but continuity. But here lies the great puzzle. These achievements seem to appear almost fully formed. Within only a few centuries, the Sumerians had leapt from scattered villages to a complex urban society with writing, mathematics, astronomy, irrigation, monumental architecture, and codified law. To modern historians, the speed of this transformation is nothing short of astonishing. The Sumerians themselves offered an explanation, and it was not human genius alone. They wrote, again and again, that their skills, their laws, their very civilization had been taught to them, not by neighboring tribes, not by trial and error, but by powerful beings they called the Anunnaki. These beings, they said, descended from the sky. They brought the arts of writing, the secrets of mathematics, the knowledge of irrigation and agriculture. They decreed kingship, established temples, and instructed humanity in both the sciences and the sacred. To the Sumerians, the Anunnaki were not myths in the way we use the word today. They were reality, the very foundation of why civilization existed at all. This is where our story truly begins. A civilization dazzling in its achievements, yet humble in its own explanations, pointing always upward, to the heavens and to the gods who came down. To understand why historians call the Sumerians the first true civilization, we must look closely at what they created. These were not small steps forward. They were giant leaps that still shape the way we live today. Take their mathematics. The Sumerians developed a number system based on 60, known as the sexagesimal system. To us, 60 might seem arbitrary, but it is remarkably practical. 60 can be divided by 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 12, 15, 20, and 30. This made calculations smoother, fractions easier, and astronomy far more precise. More than 5,000 years later, we are still living in the rhythm of Sumerian math. Measuring 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 360 degrees in a circle. Every time you check the clock or draw a geometric angle, you are echoing the mind of a Sumerian scribe. Now, Consider the wheel. While early humans everywhere carried loads on their backs or dragged sledges, it was in Sumer, around 3500 BC, that the wheel was adapted for transport. Archaeologists have found clay models of carts with 4 solid wheels, miniature toys that mirror the real vehicles used in Sumerian streets. Imagine the transformation. Goods once carried by donkeys could now be hauled in larger quantities, faster, and with less labor. Trade expanded. Armies moved with greater efficiency. Agriculture thrived. A simple circle of wood became a revolution in human mobility. The Sumerians also engineered irrigation systems with astonishing sophistication. They dug canals, dikes, and reservoirs to harness the Tigris and Euphrates. These works transformed barren plains into fields of barley, wheat, and date palms. Fields were carefully measured, water rights allocated, overseen by temple administrators. In a land where floods and droughts threatened survival, irrigation was not just technology, it was lifeblood. Entire cities depended on the steady rhythm of canals, maintained by collective labor, supervised with bureaucratic precision. Their achievements extended into law and order. Long before Hammurabi's famous code in Babylon, the Sumerians wrote down rules for contracts, property rights, and punishments. One tablet from the city of Ur lists penalties for theft and false testimony. Another regulates the wages of workers and the price of goods. These early codes reveal a society deeply concerned with justice, fairness, and stability. The concept that rules could be written, fixed, and applied consistently was a radical departure from oral tradition. It was civilization taking control of itself. And then there were the ziggurats. These colossal temples, built of millions of mud bricks, were not just places of worship. They were the beating hearts of Sumerian cities. Each ziggurat rose in stair-stepped tiers, sometimes over 100 feet high, painted in bright colors, crowned with a shrine to the city's patron god. From miles away, travelers would see these artificial mountains rising from the flat plain, shimmering under the sun. To the Sumerians, the ziggurat was a bridge between heaven and earth, a place where the divine could descend and the human could ascend in ritual. The ziggurat of Ur, partially reconstructed today, still stuns with its scale. Imagine walking up its steep stairways, surrounded by priests in ceremonial robes, incense rising, chants echoing. This was not just architecture. It was theology in brick, a declaration that the gods were near and that the city was under their watchful gaze. What makes these innovations so striking is not only their ingenuity, but their integration. Writing recorded trade, math calculated harvests, wheels transported goods, irrigation fed the fields, laws maintained order. Ziggurats sanctified the city. Each invention reinforced the others, creating a system greater than the sum of its parts. Civilization had crossed a threshold. Humanity would never go back. And yet, the Sumerians did not take full credit. Over and over, their tablets insist, these gifts, writing, mathematics, kingship, architecture, were bestowed upon them. They belonged not to human invention, but to divine instruction. The Sumerians believed that behind their sudden brilliance stood the Anunnaki, the gods who descended from the heavens to guide them. This belief was not casual. It was etched into every corner of their culture. Kings ruled by divine mandate, claiming authority as delegates of the gods. Priests administered temples not merely as human institutions, but as the earthly residences of Anunnaki power. Every canal dug, every contract signed, every ziggurat raised was, in their minds, part of a cosmic order established not by mortals, but by divine will. If the great pyramids of Egypt are monuments of stone, then the legacy of Sumer is one of clay. Thousands upon thousands of clay tablets, hardened by fire or by the sun, have survived the millennia. They may look unremarkable, flat pieces of dried mud covered in wedge-shaped impressions, but they are nothing less than the first libraries of humanity. Through them, we hear voices 5,000 years old. One tablet records the sale of a field, complete with witnesses and payments. Another lists rations of beer for workers. Others preserve hymns sung in temples, myths of gods and heroes, and even proverbs that sound oddly familiar. Don't pick a fight with someone stronger than you, one Sumerian proverb advises. These small fragments reveal a civilization not in abstraction, but in detail. Its jokes, its contracts, its prayers. Archaeologists call these tablets a window into history. Before them, the past was guesswork, dependent on fragments of bone or ruins of huts. With them, we can read the actual words of people who lived, loved, fought, and believed. We can trace the progression from tally marks for sheep to elaborate myths of cosmic order. It is as if prehistory suddenly bursts into speech. Among the most astonishing finds is the collection from the ancient city of Uruk, where scribes inscribed myths of the hero king Gilgamesh, an epic that includes a tale of a catastrophic flood that wiped out humanity, eerily echoing the story of Noah in the Bible. Another trove, found in the royal cemetery of Ur, revealed not only tablets, but jewelry, lyres inlaid with lapis lazuli, and exquisitely crafted helmets. These artifacts speak of a people who were not just practical, but artistic, not just survivors, but dreamers. And then there is Eridu, revered by the Sumerians as the very first city, home to the god Enki. Excavations there uncovered temples built one atop another for centuries, each new layer preserving the memory of the divine presence. In their own tradition, Eridu was where kingship descended from heaven. It was not human ambition that created the city, they insisted, but divine command. Over and over, the tablets returned to the same theme. Civilization was not a human invention. It was a gift. In hymns, the gods are praised not just for their power, but for their instruction. Enki gave us the plow, one text proclaims. Anu decreed kingship. The Anunnaki taught us how to count, how to measure, how to read the stars. These were not metaphors to the Sumerians. They were statements of reality. The word Anunnaki itself carries weight. In Sumerian, it can mean those of royal blood, or those who came down from heaven. Consider the impact this must have had. Imagine living in a world where writing, math, astronomy, and architecture seemed to arrive almost overnight, where the elders told you these marvels were not invented, but bestowed. You would not see yourself as an inventor. You would see yourself as a recipient, a steward of knowledge from the divine. That is exactly how the Sumerians understood themselves. This perspective also shaped their relationship to power. Kings did not rule simply because they were strong. They ruled because the Anunnaki had granted them authority. Priests were not merely keepers of temples, but mediators between gods and men. Even farmers, when irrigating their fields, could believe they were following patterns laid down by divine teachers. Civilization was not a human project. It was a partnership between earth and heaven. The clay tablets make this partnership vivid. One of the earliest myths, the instructions of Shurupak, is essentially a father passing wisdom to his son. But it is framed as divine instruction, covering everything from honesty in trade to respect for gods. Another text describes the Mi, sacred decrees that governed aspects of civilization, from kingship to craftsmanship to music. These Mi were said to be gifts from the gods, guarded in temples, tangible tokens of divine order. To modern scholars, these texts are both a treasure and a puzzle. On one hand, they prove beyond doubt that the Sumerians were advanced, organized, and astonishingly sophisticated. On the other hand, they raise the question, how did this all happen so suddenly? How did humanity leap so far, so fast? The Sumerians gave their own answer, written clearly on clay. We did not do this alone. The Anunnaki walked among us. They showed us how. We will turn to their oldest records, where the gods step out of myth and into history. Anu, Enlil, Enki, rulers of heaven and earth, makers of floods and fates, the records of the gods. When the Sumerians spoke of the Anunnaki, they weren't talking about vague spirits or distant abstractions. They wrote about personalities, beings with names, roles, tempers, and rivalries. And at the top of this divine hierarchy stood three great figures: Anu, Enlil, and Enki. Anu was the Sky Father, the supreme authority, the keeper of ultimate decree. His throne was in the highest heavens, and though he rarely descended to earth, his will shaped the destinies of both gods and men. Kings traced their legitimacy back to Anu's sanction, for he alone embodied cosmic order. To invoke Anu's name was to summon the highest court. Beneath him stood Enlil, lord of the air and storms, master of authority on earth. If Anu was distant, Enlil was immediate. His hand felt in the winds, his judgment swift and often severe. Sumerian texts paint him as stern, demanding obedience, quick to punish. Yet it was Enlil who granted kingship, who oversaw the rhythms of agriculture, who made civilization possible through command. He was both feared and revered, the embodiment of divine discipline. Then there was Enki, the trickster, the water god, the bringer of wisdom. Where Enlil ruled by decree, Enki guided by cunning. He was the patron of craftsmen, of magic, of hidden knowledge. His temples at Eridu were centers not just of worship, but of learning. Unlike Enlil, Enki often took humanity's side, offering counsel and compassion. When disasters loomed, it was Enki who whispered secrets to mortals, helping them survive the wrath of the other gods. Together, these three formed a kind of divine trinity: Anu the sky, Enlil the command, Enki the wisdom. They were not equal. Anu held the ultimate authority, but their interplay shaped the fate of the world. In Sumerian myths, their councils read almost like royal courts, full of debates, alliances, and betrayals, and around them gathered the wider host of the Anunnaki. Inanna, goddess of love and war, fierce and unpredictable. Utu, the sun god, bringer of justice. Ninhursag, the mother goddess, protector of life. Each had their place, their domain, their story etched in clay. But always, at the core, were Anu, Enlil, and Enki, the great triad of heaven, air, and water. What is striking is how vividly the tablets describe them. They are not faceless abstractions, but characters with recognizable human traits: anger, compassion, cunning, jealousy. They hold councils, make decisions, issue decrees. They argue, conspire, even regret. The gods of Sumer are alive, active, and deeply involved in human affairs. To the Sumerians, this was not metaphor. This was the fabric of reality. Their entire worldview rested on the belief that the Anunnaki were present, powerful, and decisive in every aspect of life. From the floodwaters of the Tigris to the grain in the fields, from the rise of kings to the fall of empires, nothing escaped their grasp. And this brings us to one of the most dramatic episodes recorded in the tablets: a great flood, a moment when Enlil sought to wipe out mankind, and Enki moved to save it. a story so powerful it would echo across cultures for millennia, resurfacing in the Bible as the story of Noah. Among the thousands of clay tablets unearthed in Mesopotamia, few stories carry the weight and drama of the Great Flood. It is one of the clearest examples where myth, memory, and scripture intertwine, and it places the Anunnaki at the center of humanity's survival. According to the Sumerian and Akkadian accounts, humanity had multiplied and filled the land. But with growth came noise, and with noise came displeasure. Enlil, Lord of the Air, grew restless at the clamor of mankind. The texts describe him as irritated, even enraged, by the constant cries of mortals. His solution was absolute: wipe them out. In the Council of the Gods, Enlil decreed a flood to cleanse the earth of humanity's presence. This is where the story takes its dramatic turn. Enki, the god of water and wisdom, could not bear to see mankind destroyed. Unlike Enlil, he had a bond with humans, teaching them crafts, guiding their survival. To let them perish entirely was unthinkable. So Enki acted, not openly, for that would mean defying the council, but secretly, with subtlety worthy of his trickster nature. The tablets tell us he whispered his warning to a mortal, Ziusudra in Sumerian tradition, later called Utnapishtim in Akkadian, and eventually Noah in the Hebrew Bible. Enki instructed him to build a massive boat, to seal it tight, and to bring aboard his family, seeds of all living creatures and craftsmen to preserve the skills of civilization. Abandon possessions, abandon wealth, Enki counseled. Save life. And so, as the rains fell and the rivers burst their banks, Ziusudra's ark rose upon the waters. For 7 days and nights, the flood raged, submerging cities, erasing fields, silencing the noise that had so angered Enlil. When the waters finally receded, the ark came to rest. Some versions say on a mountain in the east, others on the plain near Sumer. Ziusudra emerged, made offerings, and gave thanks to the gods. Here, the story takes another remarkable twist. Enlil, discovering that humanity had survived, was at first furious. His decree had been defied. But faced with the fait accompli, and perhaps swayed by the intervention of the other gods, he relented. Instead of annihilation, mankind was granted a new covenant. The gods decreed lifespans would be shortened, populations limited, but humanity would endure. The parallels with the biblical flood of Noah are striking. The divine decision to cleanse the earth, the single righteous man chosen, the building of the ark, the preservation of life, the survival against impossible odds. Yet the Sumerian version predates the Bible by more than 1,000 years. It is, in many ways, the earliest surviving account of a flood myth that spread across cultures and continents. What does this story tell us about the Anunnaki? First, it reveals them as divided. Not a monolithic force, but a council of competing wills. Enlil embodies judgment and wrath. Enki, compassion and cunning. Second, it underscores their direct involvement in human destiny. The flood was not natural disaster alone. It was divine decision, a planned act of extinction interrupted only by divine mercy. For the Sumerians, this was not allegory. It was history, recorded in the same script as their laws and trade contracts. The flood was an event their ancestors survived because of the intervention of their gods. It reinforced a central lesson. Humanity owed its very existence to the Anunnaki. And in that lesson, the gods take on roles we recognize. One punishes, one saves, one mediates. They are not alien engineers or distant overseers. They are gods in the fullest sense, wielding power over life and death, commanding reverence, shaping morality. The flood narrative also became the foundation of later traditions. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, Utnapishtim recounts his survival to the hero king. In the Bible, Noah becomes the righteous man who preserves the seed of life. Even in later Greek myths, echoes of a great deluge appear. But at the root lies the Sumerian clay tablet, Enlil's wrath, Enki's warning, Ziusudra's ark. It is one of the clearest windows into how the Sumerians saw their gods. Not as distant metaphors, but as real beings whose choices determined the fate of the world. That's mythology. And for most modern scholars, the Sumerian stories about gods descending from the sky are the stuff of myth. Beautiful, symbolic, possibly profound. But not the sort of evidence you can use to explain the birth of the world's first civilization. If Sumer gave us writing, mathematics, law, and kingship, then, they argue, the credit must surely belong to human creativity, not to divine teachers. But then a problem appears. When archaeologists and historians began translating the Sumerian clay tablets, they found passages that did not read like metaphorical poetry. They read like data. The ancient scribes were not merely telling stories. They were recording the motions of the heavens. On clay tablets thousands of years old, the Sumerians identified Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn as distinct wandering bodies, different from the fixed stars. They recognized that Venus, sometimes seen in the morning and sometimes in the evening, was in fact the same planet following a predictable cycle. They mapped constellations. They created calendars tied to the monthly and yearly rhythms of the moon and sun. They even designed a base 60 mathematical system that allowed them to handle fractions and angles with remarkable ease. A system that still survives today whenever we divide a circle into 360 degrees or a minute into 60 seconds. One record, Amisaduka's Venus tablet, still astonishes. It tracked Venus's cycle with such accuracy that when astronomers compare it with modern ephemerides, many of the data points still match. This is not mythology. This is astronomy. And that forces us to ask a question no skeptic can easily avoid. How did they do it? Because the naked eye has limits. To discern subtle retrograde motions, to compute long-term cycles, to make predictions spanning decades, those are not accidental observations. They are the work of systematic science. And the Sumerians were doing that more than 4,000 years ago. Long before the Greeks, long before telescopes, long before instruments capable of that precision existed. This is where modern science feels puzzled. If we dismiss the gods as myth, we still must explain that knowledge. Patient observation across generations? Possible. Inheritance from an older, forgotten civilization? Plausible. But the tablets themselves say something else. That the knowledge was given. That it came from the Anunnaki. And so, from that tension, a new hypothesis began to form. If these entities were not gods, perhaps they were something else. Scholars laid out several serious, methodical possibilities, each plausible and each with consequences. First, patient, multi-generational observation. A cautious explanation is simple. Time plus discipline. Astronomical knowledge accumulates when successive generations of observers keep meticulous records and pass them down. Scribes in temple schools may have kept nightly logs for centuries. Over long stretches of time, patterns emerge. A sexagesimal system makes fractions and complex angles easy to handle. The temple bureaucracy provides the manpower to sustain observations. This model requires no miracle, only a social structure that values and preserves careful counting. The second possibility is cultural inheritance. the idea that knowledge was passed down from an older, lost civilization. This hypothesis pushes the timeline back. If the Sumerians inherited astronomical knowledge from an earlier civilization, one older and more advanced than we once imagined, then discoveries like Göbekli Tepe force historians to admit surprises. Pre-modern peoples in some places practiced complex ritual architecture and astronomical alignments much earlier than previously thought. If a forgotten civilization once reached detailed knowledge of the sky, their tables and techniques could have filtered into Mesopotamia and been adapted by Sumerian scribes. This theory shifts the problem. It is not Sumerian genius alone, but a buried legacy we have not yet fully unearthed. And then there is a third option, which moves beyond archaeology into shocking hypothetical territory. Teaching from above, the Anunnaki as instructors. The tablets repeatedly state that knowledge was given, that the Anunnaki taught them mathematics, writing, and the secrets of the heavens. Read literally, that claim implies the Anunnaki were not merely mythic metaphors, but real teachers. From a modern standpoint, that suggests a radical possibility. Perhaps some form of advanced intelligence, whether humans from elsewhere or non-human entities, provided direct instruction, making Sumerian astronomy far beyond what observation alone would achieve. In fact, the first two possibilities are conservative and are regarded by mainstream scholarship as reasonable starting points. The third possibility is controversial and quickly enters speculative territory that scholars view with skepticism. Yet this third choice is precisely the hypothesis that captured the public imagination, because it renders the tablet's language into a literal causal story. Teachers from the sky arrive, explain the mechanisms of celestial motion, and leave humanity the tools to build civilization. And then, in 1976, a voice leapt from skepticism into full hypothesis and argued it boldly. His name was Zecharia Sitchin, and his book, The 12th Planet, became the focal point for the idea that the Sumerian sky teachers were, in fact, extraterrestrials. Don't skip this part. The mysteries are only beginning to be revealed. Zecharia Sitchin and the alien hypothesis. According to Zecharia Sitchin's readings of Sumerian and later Mesopotamian texts, the Anunnaki were not incorporeal deities, but flesh and blood beings from a distant world called Nibiru. Nibiru, he argued, follows a highly elongated orbit, taking many millennia to swing through the inner solar system. Each perihelion brought Nibiru within striking distance of Earth, making interplanetary travel feasible for a civilization far ahead of Bronze Age humanity. In this model, the gods of the tablets are a crew, leaders, specialists, engineers, moving between their planet, orbital stations, and Earth bases, in a campaign measured not in years, but in ages. Sitchin's motive is starkly practical. Nibiru's atmosphere was failing. The Anunnaki needed a material that could be dispersed as an ultrafine film to stabilize and reflect radiation, gold. Earth had it in abundance. The earliest phase of the mission, Sitchin says, focused on survey, sighting, and mining. Texts and myths that speak of descending to Earth, opening the Apsu, or digging where the dark waters lie, are read as code for mining operations and infrastructure building. The crew established command centers, waypoints, and logistics hubs, with Mesopotamia, the Eden Plain, as a central theater. In this narrative, the higher-ranking Anunnaki oversaw operations. The lower-ranking Igigi performed heavy labor. Over time, the workload and conditions sparked a revolt, a scene preserved, in mythic dress, in the Atrahasis tradition. The work was too hard, the trouble too much. Faced with the risk of mission failure, the council chose a radical solution. Create a new worker. Not robots, not spirits. A living hybrid capable of toil, teachable, and reproductively viable. Here, Sitchin fuses creation scenes across Sumerian, Akkadian, and Babylonian sources. where the texts speak of shaping humans from clay mixed with the blood essence of a god. He sees genetic engineering, the lab, the Eden, not a metaphorical paradise, but a controlled facility. Key players include Enki, engineering, wisdom, and Ninhursag Ninti, often associated with birth medicine. The prototype is Adamu, the first successful hybrid. Early versions, Sitchin claims, were sterile. A later innovation enabled reproduction, turning a fragile project into a self-sustaining population. With the labor problem solved, human communities multiplied. The mission pivoted from extraction only to management and training. Once humans could reproduce and scale, the Anunnaki purportedly taught selected groups the starter pack of civilization. Irrigation and agriculture, canals, levees, crop cycles, mathematics, sexagesimal base 60, fractions, angular reckoning, writing and accounting, cuneiform for grain, labor, inventory, astronomy and calendar, lunar solar cycles, planetary tracking, architecture and city planning, ziggurats, precincts, cardinal alignment, kingship and law, central administration descending from heaven. In Sitchin's reading, the sacred me, divine decrees, powers, are the protocols and knowledge modules handed to city-states. Iconography, like the winged disc, the stylized tree of life, and towering winged figures are treated as visual memory of flight, authority badges, and technical regalia. The royal project thus becomes a franchise model. Designated humans rule in the name of the Anunnaki, maintaining order and quotas. As human numbers and noise grew, tensions rose among the Anunnaki. Enlil, authority, air, favored a reset. Enki, wisdom, water, favored mercy. When a cataclysmic flood loomed, variously natural or triggered in different tellings, Enlil's faction chose non-intervention for humans. Enki leaked the warning. A chosen man, Ziusudra, Utnapishtim, Atrahasis, Gilgamesh traditions, built a vessel, preserved family and seed stock, and rode out the catastrophe. After the waters receded, the mission restructured. Humans' lifespans were curtailed. Kingship was reissued from heaven to chosen lines. The Sumerian king list preserves pre-flood rulers with vast reigns and post-flood reigns that shorten, a narrative signal of the new order. Post-deluge, Sitchin's storyline has the Anunnaki redistributing domains among key figures: Enki, Enlil, Inanna, Ninurta, and others, rebuilding cities and restarting the civilization kit under tighter constraints. Humans, no longer just miners, become scribes, artisans, rulers, and priests. A managed species in a managed ecosystem. Sitchin extends the mission's footprint beyond Mesopotamia. Alleged spaceports, beacon sites, and navigation markers. He reads megaliths, pyramids, and certain alignments as part of a global grid aiding flight and logistics. In this view, ziggurats are multi-use towers, cultic on the surface, technical in origin. As Nibiru's situation stabilized, or mission goals were met, the Anunnaki presence diminished. Rather than direct rule, they empowered human kings as proxies, rulers whose legitimacy flowed from divine appointment and, at times, divine blood. Interbreeding narratives produce semi-divine lineages. The Sumerian king list opens with the line, "Kingship descended from heaven." In Sitchin's mapping, that sentence is literal. Authority was transferred from the departing crew to designated royal houses charged to maintain order, law, and cult. The public face of a long, slow handover. Cylinder seals showing winged discs become, in this lens, stylized depictions of craft or command emblems. The large, bearded figures beside smaller humans signal scale and status, not metaphor. The tree of life motif marks controlled knowledge, genetic mastery, agriculture, or both. Even the flood councils and divine assemblies are reframed as mission briefings. Where a tablet mentions the gods decreed, the hypothesis hears. The command staff decided. Finally, Sitchin leaves an open loop. If Nibiru's orbit is real and the Anunnaki are historical actors, then return windows exist. Across cultures appear hints of comebacks, cyclical ages, and renewed contact. In this telling, the myths are not closing chapters, but standing orders. Remember who taught you. Keep the rights. Await the sky beings. That is the alien visitors hypothesis. Coherent, cinematic, and sweeping. It translates clay myths into mission logs. Homeworld, motive, arrival, labor crisis, genetic solution, civilization kit, cataclysm, restructuring, proxy rule, departure. However, Sitchin's alien hypothesis is also mired in countless controversies. And we will continue to search for signs all around the world to see whether the legend or the hypothesis is more convincing. Global echoes of the sky beings. When we step beyond Mesopotamia, the story doesn't fade, it multiplies. Across deserts, mountains, and oceans, ancient peoples carved into stone, sang in ritual, and built their myths around the same astonishing theme. Knowledge comes from the sky. And nowhere is this more mysterious than in West Africa, with the Dogon of Mali. The Dogon live in the rugged Bandiagara Plateau, a region of sandstone cliffs and hidden valleys. For centuries, they carried with them a body of cosmology so detailed, it stunned the first French anthropologists who heard it in the 1920s. According to their elders, the Dogon's ancestors had been visited by beings they called Nomo, amphibious sky creatures who descended in a fiery ark and brought them sacred knowledge. The most startling part of this story? The Nomo told them about Sirius, not just the bright star that dominates the night sky, but its hidden companion, a small, dense star, invisible to the naked eye. Modern science calls it Sirius B, a white dwarf 8.5 light-years away. It wasn't observed through a telescope until the mid-19th century, and it wasn't photographed clearly until the 1970s. Yet the Dogon, with no telescopes, no written science, and living 1,000 miles from the Mediterranean coast, described it centuries earlier. They knew it orbited the bright Sirius A in a 50-year cycle. They depicted it in sacred drawings. They built masks to celebrate it. And they swore the knowledge came from the sky. Ancient astronaut theorists point to this as Exhibit A. How could the Dogon know about Sirius B without outside help? Surely this was not chance observation. To them, it proved that the Nomo were not spirits, but visitors. Aliens from Sirius who shared their astronomy with a Bronze Age tribe. But here's where the story complicates. The Dogon cosmology is not a scientific manual. It is myth layered with ritual. Their sacred festivals still honor the Nomo with elaborate wooden masks, drumming, and processions that celebrate fertility, rainfall, and cosmic order. The symbolism is theological, not technical. Anthropologists note that myths often compress knowledge in symbolic forms. What looks like astronomy may also be seasonal calendars, moral stories, and initiatory secrets rolled into one. Still, the problem remains. Their description of Sirius B is uncannily accurate. Some scholars suggest contamination, that French missionaries or scientists may have shared details with the Dogon before the ethnographic record. Others argue the Dogon encoded their ritual cycles in ways that coincidentally resemble orbital data. But to believers in the Anunnaki narrative, the Dogon stand as proof. Across the world, another people remembered sky teachers, just like Sumer. And the Dogon are not alone. In Sierra Leone, far to the south, local legends speak of the Nomoli, small carved stone figures said to have fallen from the sky. With them, villagers sometimes found strange blue stones, sky stones, that geologists still puzzle over. Analyses of their composition have failed to reach consensus. To the locals, they were pieces of the sky itself. To ancient astronaut theorists, they are the physical residue of a visitation. Fragments of something that came down from above, perhaps even craft materials. Here again, the same tension plays out. Are these sacred symbols, gifts of myth that tie a people to the stars? Or are they artifacts hinting at a literal descent? For thousands of years, the Dogon and their neighbors lived by these stories, not as science fiction, but as religion. That fact alone deserves weight, because what matters is not only the detail of Sirius B, but the way these cultures worshiped their sky teachers as gods, not as outsiders with tools. And that is the pattern we will see again and again. Drive west into the high desert of New Mexico, and the landscape begins to feel like a storybook written in stone. Wide stretches of sand and scrub seem endless. The air is thin and dry, carrying only the whistle of the wind and the cry of a hawk circling overhead. On the horizon, flat-topped plateaus called mesas, giant stone tables carved by erosion, rise like ancient fortresses. And on the walls of these mesas, in hidden canyons and across boulders blackened by centuries of wind and sun, what scientists call desert varnish, you find carvings left by human hands thousands of years ago. Petroglyphs. At first they look like patterns and marks, but stare longer and shapes emerge, spirals, stars, animals, hunters, and among them, stranger figures appear. Tall bodies with oversized heads, faces ringed with radiating lines, like halos, eyes carved so large they seem to stare back at you from the silence of the desert. For the Hopi people, who still live in this region, these carvings are not random art. They are the Kachinas, spirit beings who descend from the sky. Every year, when the dry season grips the land and families pray for rain, Hopi villagers gather in their plazas. Masked dancers appear, wearing bright helmets painted with rays, feathers, and symbols. In that moment, they are not men in costumes. They are embodiments of the Kachinas themselves, bringing rain, blessings, and lessons from the sky. The Zuni, their neighbors, share a similar memory. Their rock carvings show star symbols, diamond shapes, and celestial beings they call sky guardians. For the Zuni, these beings were teachers who showed their ancestors how to plant, how to survive, how to keep balance with nature. The carvings are more than pictures. They are prayers written into stone, reminders of a covenant between people and the sky. Now imagine being one of those ancient carvers. The desert sun presses down, the ground is dry, and your community depends on rain that has not yet come. You take a sharp stone and chip into the blackened cliff face. You carve the outline of a figure you've seen in vision or dream, a radiant being with rays around its head, holding power over the heavens. You are not sketching idly. You are inscribing faith, declaring that the sky will answer. From a modern perspective, these figures can look almost mechanical. A round head could be a helmet. Radiating lines might be antennas. A body flaring at the base looks like a suit. And so the ancient astronaut theory finds fuel. Perhaps these are memories of actual encounters with visitors from beyond Earth. Beings who landed in craft, wore protective suits, and dazzled the desert tribes with their presence. But for the Hopi and the Zuni themselves, the meaning is different. The Kachinas are not engineers or overseers. They are sacred guides. They come to teach morality, to bring rain, to show how to live in harmony. Their ceremonies are not factories. They are songs, dances, and prayers. Their legacy is not technology, but spiritual order. And yet, some images remain unsettling. One petroglyph in particular shows a figure with a dome-shaped head and wide circular eyes. Its arms extend stiffly. Its body flares outward as if armored. To archaeologists, this is shamanic art. Visions seen in altered states and carved into stone. To ancient astronaut believers, it is too literal to ignore. A visor, a suit, a spaceman etched into rock long before spaceflight existed. Whatever the explanation, one fact is constant: reverence. The Hopi still dance the Kachinas every year. The Zuni still honor their sky guardians. These are not cold records of encounters. They are traditions of worship, of awe, of treating the sky teachers as divine. And that is the paradox at the heart of the Anunnaki debate. If such beings were only visitors with tools, why were they remembered as gods? Why were their images carved as prayers, their names sung in hymns, their memory tied not to machines, but to morality and survival? Here in the deserts of the American Southwest, the rock walls tell us the same story the clay tablets of Mesopotamia told. That knowledge came from above, and that those who brought it were remembered not as outsiders, but as gods. Travel east across the Mediterranean, and the deserts open again, this time to the Nile. The river winds like a green ribbon through endless sand, its annual floods turning barren ground into fertile fields. Along its banks rose one of the most iconic civilizations in human history, ancient Egypt. Here, too, the story of teachers from the sky runs deep. Step into the ruins of a temple and you see gods with animal heads carved into stone walls. Horus the falcon, Anubis the jackal, Thoth the ibis. To a visitor today, these look like mythology, colorful symbols for forces of nature. But to the Egyptians, these were not abstract metaphors. They were real powers that guided life, death, and kingship. Among them, one figure stands out when we talk about knowledge: Thoth. Always shown with the head of an ibis, Thoth was more than a bird-headed god. He was the keeper of wisdom, writing, and law. The Egyptians said Thoth invented hieroglyphs, the sacred script itself. He measured the heavens, kept track of time, and stood as the voice of reason among the gods. If the Sumerians credited the Anunnaki with teaching them to write and count, the Egyptians credited Thoth. The parallel is striking. In both places, knowledge descends from above in the form of a divine teacher. Another figure central to Egypt's memory is Osiris. He is not shown as a visitor in a suit or a machine, but as a god of death, rebirth, and agriculture. According to myth, Osiris taught the Egyptians how to farm, how to cultivate grain, how to live beyond hunting and gathering. His gifts were not weapons or machines, but the rhythms of civilization itself. The Sumerians said Enki taught irrigation. The Egyptians said Osiris taught agriculture. Two cultures, thousands of miles apart, telling stories of gods descending with the knowledge that makes life possible. And there is something else. Look closely at Egyptian art, and you often see gods shown with elongated skulls, heads stretched higher and longer than normal human proportions. In modern times, these images have fueled speculation. Were the gods depicted this way because they looked physically different? Were the elongated skulls a memory of non-human visitors? Or was this simply an artistic way to show divine status, setting gods apart from mortals? Mainstream Egyptologists lean toward symbolism, but ancient astronaut theorists see more. They argue that the Egyptian gods, like the Sumerian Anunnaki, were real beings who once walked among humans, teaching skills so advanced they seemed supernatural. And then there is the question of kingship. In Mesopotamia, Sumerian texts declared that kingship descended from heaven. In Egypt, the pharaoh was literally considered divine, the son of the gods, ruling by sacred authority. Temples, laws, even pyramids were built on the idea that rulers were connected to beings from the sky. In both cultures, power and knowledge are traced not to human invention, but to a gift from above. Picture it: the Nile flooding, priests measuring the waters, scribes recording the cycles, temples echoing with hymns to gods who came from the stars. For the Egyptians, Thoth and Osiris were not fictions. They were the very reason their world made sense. And here we see the same pattern we saw in Sumer, in the Dogon Plateau, in the petroglyphs of the American Southwest. Knowledge, whether farming, writing, or kingship, was always explained as given. To us, it may feel like myth. To them, it was history written in stone and ritual. But the question remains, were Thoth and Osiris truly gods of another realm? Or were they memories of something else? Visitors, perhaps, misunderstood through the lens of devotion? That tension is exactly what makes the Egyptian record so compelling. Cross the sea again, this time into Europe, and you find the same whispers carved into stone. High in the Italian Alps, at Val Camonica, the mountains rise sharp and green, their slopes etched with images that date back thousands of years. Here, over 140,000 petroglyphs cover rock faces, a vast outdoor library of human memory. Hunters, animals, tools, and among them, figures that look uncannily like people in helmets. One carving shows a tall human form with a round, glowing head. Rays stretch outward like light or energy. Its body seems to flare outward, as if encased in some kind of suit. Archaeologists call these mask figures. Ancient astronaut theorists call them something else: spacemen. To them, Val Camonica is not just a record of farming or ritual, but of direct encounters with visitors from the sky. Near these helmeted figures is another motif that fascinates researchers: the communion rose. A swirling design of spirals, it has been interpreted as a religious symbol, a map of the heavens, or even a representation of energy. Stand before it on the rock, and you feel the sense of motion, as if it were recording something seen spinning in the sky long ago. Did the people of Val Camonica draw what they witnessed? A vessel, a craft, descending? Or were they carving symbols of cosmic cycles, the eternal spirals of life and time? Now journey further back in time, deeper into Europe's caves. In southwestern France lies Lascaux, discovered in 1940 by teenagers exploring a hillside. Step inside with a torch, and you enter a world preserved for 17,000 years. Horses, bulls, and stags gallop across the walls, painted in ochre and black, alive with motion. But hidden among the animals is something stranger: a figure with the body of a man and the head of a bird. Scholars call this a therianthrope, a being part human, part animal. To anthropologists, it represents shamanic vision. Ancient shamans often entered trance states, experiencing transformations, merging with animal spirits, crossing boundaries between worlds. When they returned, they painted what they had seen. But for those searching for global echoes of the Anunnaki, the bird-headed figure of Lascaux looks familiar. In Mesopotamia, gods like Enki and Ninurta were often shown with wings. In Egypt, Thoth bore the head of an ibis, Horus the head of a falcon. Across cultures, sky beings were depicted with bird features, symbols of flight, transcendence, and power. Was the birdman of Lascaux Just a shaman's vision? Or was it the memory of the same archetype that Sumer and Egypt later enshrined in stone? Inside the cave, the silence is heavy, broken only by the drip of water. Imagine an Ice Age shaman kneeling with a flickering flame, painting the visions from a trance onto the stone. The animals are familiar. The bird-headed man is not. For his people, it was a glimpse of the spirit world. For us, it is another echo of beings who do not quite belong to Earth. Taken together, the carvings of Valcamonica and the paintings of Lascaux stretch across thousands of years and hundreds of miles. Yet they echo the same motif, figures from the sky, part human, part more than human, carved or painted with awe. What does this tell us? To ancient astronaut theorists, it suggests a global pattern of contact, a record of visitors preserved in stone. To mainstream scholars, it shows how human imagination converges. Shamans in France, carvers in Italy, priests in Egypt, scribes in Sumer, all trying to express the same mystery, the sense that knowledge and power descend from somewhere beyond. And that, perhaps, is the most important point. The record may look like helmets or birdmen to us, but to the ancients, these were not curiosities. They were sacred truths. To Central America, where the tropical forests of Guatemala hide ruins swallowed by vines. Here, among stepped pyramids and stone stelae, lived the Maya, a people who built cities aligned with the stars, recorded time in cycles spanning thousands of years, and carved their histories in glyphs no one could read until the 20th century. At the heart of their tradition lies the Popol Vuh, often called the Maya Bible. It is not scripture in the Western sense, but a woven tapestry of myth, history, and cosmic order. And like the Sumerian tablets, like the Hebrew Book of Enoch, it tells a story of how humans first received knowledge. In the beginning, the gods attempt to create humanity several times. They try making people from mud. Too weak, they fall apart. They try carving them from wood. Too stiff, they lack souls. Finally, the gods succeed with maize dough, shaping flesh from the very crop that would sustain Maya life for millennia. But the gift of flesh was not enough. To truly live, humans needed language. The Popol Vuh describes the gods bestowing speech, the ability to name, to tell, to pray, and not just ordinary speech. The gods gave humans the gift of understanding the calendar, the stars, and the cycles of time. In Maya tradition, to speak was to participate in the divine order. Words themselves were sacred technology, linking humans to the gods who had shaped them. Walk through a Maya site like Copan or Palenque, and you see walls covered in glyphs, blocky, intricate signs representing sounds, syllables, whole words. For centuries, they baffled archaeologists, until breakthroughs in the 20th century revealed them as a full written language. The Maya were not just recounting wars or kings. They were inscribing the sky's cycles, the movements of Venus and the moon, prophecies tied to the long count calendar. And just as the Sumerians had their Venus tablet of Amisaduqa, the Maya left tables of Venus's rising and setting, calculated with astonishing accuracy. One record from the Dresden Codex aligns Venus cycles with rituals and omens, almost like a star map for priests. How, scholars asked, did they achieve such precision without telescopes? The same question we asked of Sumer arises here, in a jungle half a world away. For the Maya, the answer was simple. The gods gave the knowledge. The Popol Vuh insists language and calendar were gifts from divine beings, not inventions of mortals. And the ceremonies still held by modern Maya communities echo that belief. Prayers, chants, fire rituals, all tying speech back to the sky. For ancient astronaut theorists, this is another piece of the puzzle. Sumerians said writing was given by Anunnaki. Egyptians said Thoth gave hieroglyphs. The Maya said gods gifted speech and calendar. Dogon elders said sky beings told them about Sirius B. Over and over, across continents, the story repeats. Knowledge descends. Mainstream historians, of course, note that agricultural societies everywhere developed myths to explain their intellectual leaps. But even they admit the parallels are uncanny. Why is it always the same pattern? Why does knowledge so often come from above, never from below? In the dense jungles of Central America, the stone glyphs still shine under the sun. They whisper the same message as Sumerian clay, as Egyptian hieroglyphs, as Hopi petroglyphs. Humanity speaks, counts, and builds because the sky once taught us how. We leave and cross into the world of ancient Israel, where another set of stories speaks of beings who came from above. Nephilim, the Book of Enoch, and the Anunnaki. Connection or coincidence? Open the Hebrew Bible, and in the book of Genesis, you find a curious passage. The sons of God saw that the daughters of men were beautiful, and they took them as wives. From this union, Genesis says, came the Nephilim, giants, men of renown, beings who were both human and something more. Their presence was so disturbing, the text continues, that God sent the flood to cleanse the earth. For centuries, rabbis, priests, and scholars argued over these lines. Who were the sons of God? Were they angels? Were they fallen beings? Were they symbols of dynastic intermarriage? The text is brief, enigmatic, but it leaves a lasting impression. At some point in deep antiquity, sky beings mingled with humanity, and the result was chaos. The puzzle deepens in the Book of Enoch, a text that did not make it into the final canon of the Bible, but circulated widely in Jewish and early Christian communities. This was once a book quoted in the New Testament, once treated as scripture by early church fathers, once carried in the hands of prophets. Then, it vanished. Not because it was lost, but because it was hidden, stripped out, and nearly forgotten for over 2,000 years. The first section, and the one that made Enoch infamous, is the Book of the Watchers. It does not simply open with a story, but with a cosmic tragedy. 200 heavenly beings, dispatched to Earth as guardians of humankind, failed their mission. Instead of watching, they were tempted. They lusted after the beauty of mortal women, and in that forbidden desire, they broke heaven's law. From that union came abominations. The Nephilim, giants of monstrous size and appetite, they devoured the harvests of men, then turned on humankind itself. Neither fully human nor divine, they were hybrid beings, children of rebellion, spreading violence and corruption across the earth. The cries of humanity, the book says, pierced the heavens. Archangels, Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel, carried the lament to the throne of the Most High. Judgment came swiftly. The rebellious watchers were chained in the abyss, and the bloodline of giants was erased in a great flood. Here lies a parallel to Genesis. The flood was not only punishment for human wickedness, but also a cleansing of a corrupted lineage, tainted by beings from beyond the heavens. In the Book of Parables, or Similitudes, the scene shifts to visions of a radiant throne and a mysterious figure, the Son of Man. He is described as chosen before creation itself, destined to sit in judgment, to cast down kings and raise up the righteous. For Christians, the resonance with Christ is unmistakable. Yet these words existed centuries before the New Testament. Was this prophecy, or the remnant of a tradition more ancient than the Bible itself? The astronomical book unveils another layer. The angel Uriel lifts the veil of the skies so Enoch might witness the order of creation. The paths of sun and moon, the cycles of stars, the gates through which light enters and exits, where day yields to night. It describes a solar calendar of 364 days, astonishingly precise, far beyond the crude lunar counts of its age. It speaks of solstices, equinoxes, shadows, and the balance of seasons. To modern eyes, it reads less like myth and more like early astronomy, so advanced it seems out of place in antiquity. The Book of Dreams turns vision into allegory. In his sleep, Enoch sees history itself, recast in symbols. Flocks of animals as nations, empires rising and falling, and a dream of a flood sweeping away the world, leaving only a chosen remnant. Finally comes the Epistle of Enoch. Apocalyptic, searing, it speaks of blessings and curses, of radiant futures and utter darkness. It sketches 10 weeks of history, each week an age, culminating in a final judgment. Why was this book removed? The answers diverge. Some say it was too strange, too mythic to be scripture. Others feared it revealed too much about fallen angels, about forbidden knowledge, about the idea that heaven's messengers could rebel, lust, and teach mankind arts not yet meant for human hands. Some saw in it a direct threat to orthodoxy. If angels could sin, if they could teach metallurgy, sorcery, and cosmetics, then the boundary between heaven and earth was dangerously thin. Compare this to the Sumerian tablets, and the parallels are hard to ignore. In Mesopotamia, the Anunnaki descend, teach writing, mathematics, agriculture, astronomy. In Enoch, the Watchers descend, teach metallurgy, magic, and star lore. In both stories, divine or semi-divine beings cross the boundary between heaven and earth, mix with humans, and alter the course of history. Even the punishment is similar. In Mesopotamian myth, Enlil sends the flood, sparing only those warned by Enki. In the Bible, God sends the flood, sparing only Noah. Two traditions, two literatures, separated by cultures, but the same motif: a world reset after beings from the sky gave humans too much. And then there are the Nephilim themselves. In Hebrew, the word comes from a root meaning to fall, the fallen ones. In Mesopotamian lore, the Apkallu, semi-divine sages, were also said to be banished to the underworld after teaching humanity. In both, giants or hybrid beings walk the earth for a time, then vanish in a deluge. To believers in ancient astronaut theory, this is not coincidence. They argue the Nephilim and the Anunnaki are two cultural memories of the same encounters. Beings from beyond who descended, taught, interbred, and were later remembered as gods or angels. The names change, but the story is consistent. Sky visitors, plus forbidden knowledge, plus catastrophic flood. Mainstream scholars, of course, are cautious. They see shared mythological themes traveling across the Near East. Floods, sky beings, giants, heroes. Oral traditions cross-pollinate, stories adapt, symbols overlap. What looks like the same event may simply be the same human imagination at work. But whether connection or coincidence, the resonance is undeniable. In clay tablets from Uruk and in sacred scrolls from Jerusalem, we hear the same refrain: they came down. And each time humanity emerges changed, lifted by knowledge, but also burdened by it. Step back now and look at the map. From Mesopotamia to the Nile, from the lofty plateaus of Africa to the deserts of the southwestern United States, from the dense jungles of central Mesoamerica to Ice Age caves, a single motif keeps appearing. Different continents, different languages, different climates and histories. Yet the motif is the same: knowledge descending from the sky. Not just once, not just in one place, everywhere. Mainstream historians explain this as a universal human impulse. Myths used to make sense of sudden leaps in culture. But for supporters of the ancient astronaut theory, the convergence itself is evidence. If every isolated culture insists that intelligence was given, not invented, are we witnessing coincidence or memory? What links these stories is not only the motif of descent, but also the depth of the gift. It was not just fire or tools. And this brings us to a fork that takes us straight into the heart of the debate to find the cracks. Cracks in the alien hypothesis. At first glance, the alien hypothesis seems appealing. It neatly explains the advanced astronomy, the sudden rise of civilization, and the strange consistency of myths across the globe. Extraterrestrials arrive, they teach, they leave. Problem solved. But personally, I have a slightly different perspective. First, what the Sumerians actually called them, and how those words were used. If we take the Sumerians on their own terms, the debate starts with language. On the clay tablets, the beings we're talking about are the Anunnaki, a name anchored to An, the sky. In Sumerian ritual and narrative contexts, this is not a casual nickname, it's a classification. The phrase is understood in your source set as those who from heaven to earth came, and the broader family term, Anuna, signals the gods of An. Crucially, the tablets don't call them travelers, technicians, or explorers. They mark them with the language of divinity. Invoked in liturgies, seated in councils, deciding fates, receiving offerings. The usage matches the meaning. Where do the Anunnaki show up? In temple hymns and theologies, not travelogues. In royal inscriptions that ground a king's legitimacy in heaven's will. In mythic episodes where cosmic judgments are handed down, e.g., the flood decree in the Atrahasis tradition. When Sumerian scribes use God register vocabulary, naming, epithet, and function, they are telling you how their world works. They aren't filing a report about strangers and machines. They're locating authority. That is why the Sumerian king list can say, kingship descended from heaven, and why Anu, Enlil, Enki sit at the top of a divine chain of command. In other words, the language of the tablets isn't neutral. It's sacred. And if we're faithful to the primary voice, the Anunnaki stand in the category of gods. This isn't wordplay. It's the backbone of how the earliest cities understood their own origins. The Anuna gods are not one-off plot devices in a story. They're the names by which law, kingship, and cosmic order are authorized. That is the ancients' classification, not a modern overlay. Any reinterpretation, including aliens, must reckon with the basic fact that the people who wrote the tablets placed these beings in the realm of the divine. Second, what the Anunnaki are remembered for goes far beyond practical science, and that matters. If alien visitors were the core reality, you'd expect the record to lean practical and transactional. Mining directives, load counts, tool lists, resource maps, maybe a few techniques for agriculture. Instead, the tablets attribute to the Anunnaki a portfolio that builds civilization itself. Writing and number, not just marks on clay, but full cuneiform and a sexagesimal, base 60 system that makes fractions, angles, and timekeeping tractable. That math still structures our clocks and circles, astronomy and calendar, systematic sky watching that ties ritual and agriculture to lunar solar cycles, the Venus tablet of Amisaduqa, rooted in earlier Sumerian practice, tracking Venus with a precision that still startles. Irrigation and city making, the knowledge to turn desert into field, to terrace water, canal it, tax it, and keep it fair. Law, ritual, kingship, the software of a society, oaths sworn by divine names, legal order that binds the powerful. priestly rites that synchronize a people's life with a cosmic calendar. Our sources even preserve the split in divine character that makes myths feel lived in, not schematic. Enlil as stern authority, associated with storm and decree, even a devastating flood to reset a disorderly world. Enki as wisdom and water, protector, teacher, the patron of craft and irrigation who saves humanity by warning a righteous man in time. Those aren't the flat motives of extractive managers. They're the moral and spiritual roles of deities: judge, teacher, lawgiver, patron. This breadth matters. Teaching a gadget or a trick helps with production. Teaching law, ritual, calendar, and writing creates a people. A stable polity that survives crop failures and regime changes because the rules outlast any one ruler. The tablets remember the Anunnaki as the givers of those frameworks. That's why they fit the ancient category of gods better than the modern category of technicians. Third, the same core pattern appears all over the world. Different names, same role. Zoom out from Mesopotamia and you see a global echo. Cultures separated by oceans and millennia tell versions of the same story. Knowledge comes from above. The details vary, but the role is consistent. In Egypt, your material points to Thoth as the giver of writing and sacred knowledge. Kings are divine mediators, ruling under heaven's sanction. In Mesoamerica, the Popol Vuh preserves gods conferring language and order. Among the Dogon, the Namo descend linked to Sirius, and their gifts are agricultural, astronomical, civilizational. Among the Hopi and Zuni, the Kachinas sky people are remembered in petroglyphs and ceremony as bringers of instruction. Across Europe's rock art, e.g. Valcamonica, and the oldest caves, Lascaux, the other-than-human teacher appears in hybrid or radiant forms. Even in Mesopotamia's visuals, winged discs, tree of life flanked by dignitaries, the iconography is about authority from above and gifted order. What's striking isn't identical costumes or spaceships, it's the shared function. Beings from the sky give the foundational tools of communal life: speech, writing, calendar, law, ritual. If we were looking at random visits by practical outsiders, you would expect noisy variety, conflicting agendas, mixed ethics, a scatter of one-off tricks. What you actually get, culture by culture, is a sacralized origin of order. Different gods, different names, same job description, bringers of meaningful structure. That consistency is best explained by how humans encode extraordinary gifts. When knowledge arrives that reorganizes a society's time, calendar, truth, writing, power, kingship and courts, and purpose, ritual, people don't remember it as a YouTube tutorial. They sacralize it. They tell it as a descent from above, because above is where ultimate authority lives in the ancient worldview. That's why the parallels reinforce gods, not itinerant engineers. The stories are reporting a role, the role of founders, and across the world, that role belongs to divinity. Finally, let's look at how people lived in response. The record is worship, not work orders. The longest-lasting evidence isn't a single story, but centuries of behavior. What did people actually do with these memories? They built temples. The ziggurat isn't a mine, it's an axis between heaven and earth. They staffed priesthoods. They kept festival calendars. They crowned kings under divine mandate. They copied and recopied tablets in scribal schools, myths, laws, hymns, omen series, an entire curriculum that binds a city to its gods. Our sources touch this all the way through. The library of Ashurbanipal preserves thousands of tablets, from the Enuma Elish to flood traditions and omen series. Texts that don't teach engineering specs. They shape ritual, kingship, and cosmology. The Atrahasis cycle frames labor, revolt, and divine justice within a sacred order. The Sumerian king list stitches pre- and post-flood memory into a single arc under the line, "Kingship descended from heaven," even assigning fantastically long reigns to the earliest rulers, a way of marking their tenure as other than ordinary. In the day-to-day, oaths are sworn by the gods, offerings are booked to specific temples, and city identity is fused with its patron deity. That lived pattern is decisive. If the core memory had been, "We met powerful outsiders who used us," the material culture would look different. You'd expect logistics to dominate the archive, consumption, shipment, extraction quotas, and the story to fade once the practical relationship ended. Instead, the cult remains, the calendar remains, the juridical formulas remain. People sang to these beings, sacrificed to them, and organized their entire year around them. That's what humans do in the presence of the sacred, not in the presence of foremen. And the tone of the myths tracks that. Enlil is feared because his decrees decide destinies. Enki is beloved because he rescues and teaches. That is the moral texture of theology, not the operating manual of a work site. Putting it together, Why Gods is the most honest reading of the evidence you've curated. Each strand supports the others. The name and usage place the Anunnaki in the sacred domain from the start. The portfolio of gifts isn't narrow or utilitarian. It's civilizational. Writing, calendar, law, kingship, ritual. Exactly the things ancient people would ascribe to divine founders. The global echoes repeat the same role across cultures that never swapped notes, which makes the teacher from above motif look like a deeply human way of telling the truth about foundational gifts. And the lived response, temples, priests, liturgies, royal mandates, library canons, demonstrates how communities actually treated these beings for generations, not as overseers or technicians, but as gods. This doesn't mean curiosity about extraterrestrial life is foolish, or that modern people can't explore speculative links. It simply means that, when we're answering this question with these sources, the honest conclusion follows the evidence where it leads. The Sumerians and the cultures that echoed them didn't remember the bringers of law, language, and calendar as aliens. They remembered and worshipped them as Than, beings of authority and meaning whose presence founded the very idea of civilization. So if our film must choose, let it choose the way the tablets do. Call the Anunnaki what their first witnesses called them, in their language with their categories, and in the lives they built around that memory. They were not simply visitors. They were gods. And that is the biggest secret hiding in plain sight. We've argued, we've compared, we've questioned. But to truly understand the Anunnaki, nothing speaks louder than the words the ancients themselves carved into clay. What follows are not theories or modern retellings, but the oldest records of all. The epics, the king lists, and the hymns that shaped Mesopotamian memory. Listen closely. These are the voices of the world's first civilization, echoes from 4,000 years ago. Reading the originals, Atrahasis epic. When the gods instead of man did the work, bore the loads, the gods' load was too great, the work too hard, the punishment too much. The great Anunnaki made the Igigi, evil-minded ones, carry the workload sevenfold. Anu, their father, was king, their counselor warrior Enlil, their chamberlain was Ninurta, their canal controller Ennugi. They took the box of lots, cast the lots. The gods made the division. Anu went up to the sky, and Enlil took the earth for his people. The bolt which bars the sea was assigned to far-sighted Enki. When Anu had gone up to the sky and the gods of the Apsu had gone below, The Anunnaki of the sky made the Igigi, evil-minded ones, bear the workload. The gods had to dig out canals, had to clear channels, the lifelines of the land. The gods dug out the Tigris River and then dug out the Euphrates. In the deep they set up the Apsu of the land. Inside it, raised its top. Of all the mountains, they were counting the years of loads. The great marsh, they were counting the years of loads. For 3,600 years they bore the excess, hard work, night and day. They groaned and blamed each other, grumbled over the masses of excavated soil. Let us confront our warden and get him to relieve us of our hard work. Come, let us carry the Lord. The guard of the prisoner gods, the warrior from his dwelling. Then Kingu made his voice heard and spoke to the gods, his brothers. Come, let us carry the guard of the prisoner gods, the warrior from his dwelling. Come, let us carry Enlil, the guard of the prisoner gods, the warrior from his dwelling. Now, cry battle. Let us mix fight with battle. The gods listened to his speech, set fire to their tools, put aside their spades for fire, their loads for the fire god. They flared up. When they reached the gate of warrior Enlil's dwelling, it was night. The middle watch. Akur was surrounded. Enlil had not realized. Yet Kalkal was attentive and had it closed. He held the lock and watched the gate. Kalkal roused Nusku. They listened to the noise of the Igigi. Then Nusku roused his master, made him get out of bed. My lord, your house is surrounded. A rabble is running around your door. Enlil, your house is surrounded. A rabble is running around your door. Enlil had weapons brought to his dwelling. Enlil made his voice heard and spoke to the vizier. Nusku, Nusku, bar your door. Take up your weapons and stand in front of me. Nusku barred his door, took up his weapons and stood in front of Enlil. Nusku made his voice heard and spoke to the warrior. Enlil, O my lord, your face is sallow as tamarisk. Why do you fear your own sons? O Enlil, your face is sallow as tamarisk. Why do you fear your own sons? Send for Anu to be brought down to you. Have Enki fetched into your presence? He sent for Anu to be brought down to him. Enki was fetched into his presence. Anu, king of the sky, was present. Enki, king of the Apsu, attended. The great Anunnaki were present. Enlil got up and the case was put. Enlil made his voice heard and spoke to the great gods. Is it against me that they have risen? Shall I do battle? What did I see with my own eyes? A rabble was running around my door. Anu made his voice heard and spoke to the warrior. Enlil, let Nusku go out and find out the word of the Igigi who have surrounded your door. A command. 2. Enlil made his voice heard and spoke to the vizier. Nusku, Nusku, open your door. Take up your weapons and stand before me. In the assembly of all the gods, Bo, then stand and tell them, your father Anu, your guard, warrior Enlil, your warden Ninurta, and your canal controller Ennugi, have sent me to say, who is in charge of the rabble? Who is in charge of the fighting? Who declared war? Who ran to the door of Enlil? Nusku opened his door, took up his weapons, went from Enlil. In the assembly of all the gods, he bowed, then stood and told the message. Your father Anu, your guard warrior Enlil, your warden Ninurta, and your canal controller Ennugi have sent me to say, who is in charge of the rabble? Who is in charge of the fighting? Who declared war? Who ran to the door of Enlil? Enlil, every single one of us declared war. We have put a stop to the digging. The load is excessive. It is killing us. Our work is too hard, the trouble too much. So every single one of us gods has agreed to complain to Elil. Nusku took his weapons, went and returned to Elil. My lord, you sent me to... I went, I explained, saying every single one of us gods declared war. We have put a stop to the digging. The load is excessive. It is killing us. Our work is too hard, the trouble too much. So every single one of us gods has agreed to complain to Elil. Elil listened to that speech. His tears flowed. Elil spoke guardedly, addressed the warrior Anu, noble one. Take a decree with you to the sky. Show your strength, while the Anunnaki are sitting before you. Call up one god and let them cast him for destruction. Anu made his voice heard and spoke to the gods, his brothers. What are we complaining of? Their work was indeed too hard. Their punishment was too much. Every day, the earth resounded. The warning signal was loud enough, we kept hearing the noise. Do tasks while the Anunnaki are sitting before you, and while Belet Ili, the womb goddess, is present. Call up one and cast him for destruction. Anu made his voice heard and spoke to Nusku Nusku. Open your door, take up your weapons, bow in the assembly of the great gods, then stand and tell them. Your father Anu, your guard warrior Elil, your warden Ninurta, and your canal controller, Enugi, have sent me to say who is in charge of the rabble, who will be in charge of battle. Which god started the war? A rabble was running around my door. When Nusku heard this, he took up his weapons, bowed in the assembly of the great gods, then stood and told them, Your father Anu, your guard warrior Elil, your warden Ninurta, and your canal controller, Enugi, have sent me to say, who is in charge of the rabble? Who is in charge of the fighting? Which god started the war? A rabble was running around Elil's door. Ea made his voice heard and spoke to the gods, his brothers. Why are we blaming them? Their work was too hard, their punishment was too much. Every day the earth resounded. The warning signal was loud enough, we kept hearing the noise. There is... Belet Ili, the womb goddess, is present. Let her create a mortal man, so that he may bear the yoke, the work of Elil. Let man bear the load of the gods. Belet Ili, the womb goddess, is present. Let the womb goddess create offspring, and let them bear the load of the gods. They called up the goddess, asked the midwife of the gods, Wise mommy, you are the womb goddess, to be the creator of mankind. Create a mortal, that he may bear the yoke. Let him bear the yoke, the work of Elil. Let him bear the load of the prisoner gods. Nintu made her voice heard and spoke to the great gods. On the 1st, 7th, and 15th of the month, I shall make a purification by washing. Then one god should be slaughtered, and the gods can be purified by immersion. Nintu shall mix the clay with his flesh and blood. Then a god and a man will be mixed together in clay. Let us hear the drumbeat forever after. Let a ghost come into existence from the god's flesh. Let her proclaim it as her living sign, and let the ghost exist so as not to forget the slain god. They answered yes in the assembly, the great Anunnaki who assigned the fates. On the 1st, 7th, and 15th of the month, he made a purification by washing. Geshtui, a god who had intelligence, they slaughtered in their assembly. Nintu mixed clay with his flesh and blood. They heard the drumbeat forever after. A ghost came into existence from the god's flesh, and she proclaimed it as his living sign. The ghost existed so as not to forget the slain god. After she had mixed that clay, she called up the Anunnaki, the great gods. The Igigi, the great prisoner gods, spat spittle upon the clay. Mami made her voice heard and spoke to the great gods. I have carried out perfectly the work that you ordered of me. You have slaughtered a god together with his intelligence. I have relieved you of your hard work. I have imposed your load on man. You have bestowed noise on man. You have bestowed noise on mankind. I have undone the chains of imprisonment and granted freedom. They listened to the speech of hers and were freed from anxiety and kissed her feet. We used to call you Mommy, but now your name shall be Mistress of all gods. Far-sighted Enki and wise Mommy went into the room of fate. The womb goddesses were assembled. He trod the clay in her presence. She kept reciting an incantation, for Enki, staying in her presence, made her recite it. When she had finished her incantation, she pinched off 14 pieces of clay and set 7 pieces on the right, 7 on the left. Between them, she put down a mud brick. She made use of a reed, opened it to cut the umbilical cord, called up the wise and knowledgeable womb goddesses, 7 and 7. 7 created males, 7 created females, for the womb goddess is creator of fate. He, them 2 by 2, them 2 by 2 in her presence. Mommy made these rules for people. In the house of a woman who is giving birth, the mud brick shall be put down for 7 days. Beletili, wise Mommy, shall be honored. The midwife shall rejoice in the house of the woman who gives birth. And when the woman gives birth to the baby, the mother of the baby shall sever herself. A man to a girl, her bosom. A beard can be seen on a young man's cheek. In gardens and waysides, a wife and her husband choose each other. The womb goddesses were assembled, and Nintu was present. They counted the months, called up the 10th month as the term of fates. When the 10th month came, she slipped in a staff and opened the womb. Her face was glad and joyful. She covered her head, performed the midwifery, put on her belt, said a blessing. She made a drawing in flour and put down a mud brick. I myself created it. My hands made it. The midwife shall rejoice in the house of the Kadistu priestess. Whenever a woman gives birth, and the baby's mother severs herself, the mud brick shall be put down for 9 days. Nintu, the womb goddess, shall be honored. She shall call there, Mommy, she shall, the womb goddess. Lay down the linen cloth. When the bed is laid out in their house, a wife and her husband shall choose each other. Inanna shall rejoice in the wife-husband relationship. In the father-in-law's house, celebration shall last for 9 days, and they shall call Inanna Ishara. On the 15th day, the fixed time of fate, she shall call a man, the son to his father. They sat, and he was carrying. He saw Elil. They took hold of, made new picks and spades, made big canals to feed people and sustain the gods. 600 years, less than 600, passed, and the country was as noisy as a bellowing bull. The god grew restless at their racket. Elil had to listen to their noise. He addressed the great gods. The noise of mankind has become too much. I am losing sleep over their racket. Give the order that Surupu disease shall break out. Now there was one Atrahasis, whose ear was open to his god Enki. He would speak with his god, and his god would speak with him. Atrahasis made his voice heard and spoke to his lord. How long will the gods make us suffer? Will they make us suffer illness forever? Enki made his voice heard and spoke to his servant. Call the elders, the senior men. Start an uprising in your own house. Let the heralds proclaim. Let them make a loud noise in the land. Do not revere your gods. Do not pray to your goddesses, but search out the door of Namtara. Bring his baked loaf into his presence. May the flour offerings reach him. May he be shamed by the presence and wipe away his hand. Atrahasis took the order, gathered the elders to his door, Atrahasis made his voice heard and spoke to the elders. I have called the elders, the senior men. Start an uprising in your own house. Let the heralds proclaim. Let them make a loud noise in the land. Do not revere your gods. Do not pray to your goddesses. But search out the door of Namtara. Bring his baked loaf into his presence. May the flower offerings reach him. May he be shamed by the presence and wipe away his hand. The elders listened to his speech. They built a temple for Namtara in the city. Heralds proclaimed, they made a loud noise in the land. They did not revere their god, they did not pray to their goddess, but searched out the door of Namtara, brought a baked loaf into his presence. The flower offerings reached him, and he was shamed by the presence, and wiped away his hand. The Sarupu disease left them. The gods went back to their regular offerings. Enuma Elish. The 7 tablets of creation. The first tablet. When in the height heaven was not named, and the earth beneath did not yet bear a name, and the primeval Apsu, who begat them, and Chaos, Tiamut, the mother of them both. Their waters were mingled together, and no field was formed, no marsh was to be seen. When of the gods none had been called into being, and none bore a name, and no destinies were ordained. Then were created the gods in the midst of heaven. Lachmu and Lahamu were called into being. Ages increased. Then Ansar and Kisar were created, and over them. Long were the days, then there came forth Anu, their son, Ansar and Anu, and the god Anu, Nudimud, whom his fathers, his begetters, abounding in all wisdom. He was exceeding strong. He had no rival. Thus were established and were the great gods. But Tiamat and Apsu were still in confusion. They were troubled and in disorder. Apru was not diminished in might, and Tiamat roared. She smote, and their deeds. Their way was evil. Then Apsu, the begetter of the great gods, cried unto Mumu, his minister, and said unto him, O Mumu, thou minister that rejoicest my spirit, come unto Tiamat, let us go. So they went, and before Tiamat they lay down. They consulted on a plan with regard to the gods, their sons. Apsu opened his mouth and spake. And unto Tiamat, the glistening one, he addressed the word, their way. By day I cannot rest, by night I cannot lie down in peace. But I will destroy their way, I will. Let there be lamentation, and let us lie down again in peace. When Tiamat heard these words, she raged and cried aloud. She, grievously, she uttered a curse, and unto Apsu she spake, What then shall we do? Let their way be made difficult, and let us lie down again in peace. Mumu answered, and gave counsel unto Apsu, and hostile to the gods was the counsel Mumu gave. Come, their way is strong, but thou shalt destroy it. Then by day shalt thou have rest, by night shalt thou lie down in peace. Apsu hearkened unto him, and his countenance grew bright, since he, Mumu, planned evil against the gods his sons. He was afraid. His knees became weak. They gave way beneath him, because of the evil which their firstborn had planned. They altered. Lamentation, they sat in sorrow. Then Ea, who knoweth all that is, went up, and he beheld their muttering. He spake, he hath conquered, and he weepeth and sitteth in tribulation. Of fear, we shall not lie down in peace. Apsu is laid waste, and Mumu, who were taken captive in, thou didst. Let us lie down in peace. They will smite. Let us lie down in peace. Thou shalt take vengeance for them. Unto the tempest shalt thou. And Tiamat hearkened unto the word of the bright God, and said, Shalt thou entrust? Let us wage war. The gods in the midst of, for the gods did she create. They banded themselves together, and at the side of Tiamat they advanced. They were furious. They devised mischief without resting night and day. They prepared for battle, fuming and raging. They joined their forces and made war. Umu Hubur, Tiamat, who formed all things, made in addition weapons invincible. She spawned monster serpents, sharp of tooth and merciless of fang. With poison instead of blood, she filled their bodies. Fierce monster vipers she clothed with terror. With splendor she decked them. She made them of lofty stature. Whoever beheld them, terror overcame him. Their bodies reared up, and none could withstand their attack. She set up vipers and dragons, and the monster Lahamu, and hurricanes, and raging hounds, and scorpion men, and mighty tempests, and fishmen, and rams. They bore cruel weapons, without fear of the fight. Her commands were mighty. None could resist them. After this fashion, huge of stature, she made 11 kinds of monsters. Among the gods who were her sons, inasmuch as he had given her support, she exalted Kingu. In their midst, she raised him to power, to march before the forces, to lead the host, to give the battle signal, to advance to the attack, to direct the battle, to control the fight. Unto him she entrusted. In costly raiment she made him sit, saying, I have uttered thy spell in the assembly of the gods. I have raised thee to power. The dominion over all the gods have I entrusted unto him. Be thou exalted, thou my chosen spouse. May they magnify thy name over all of them, the Anunnaki. She gave him the tablets of destiny. On his breast she laid them, saying, Thy command shall not be without avail, and the word of thy mouth shall be established. Now Kingu, thus exalted, having received the power of Anu, decreed the fate among the gods his sons, saying, Let the opening of your mouth quench the fire god. Whoso is exalted in the battle, let him display his might. The second tablet. Tiamat made weighty her handiwork. Evil she wrought against the gods her children. To avenge Apsu, Tiamat planned evil. But how she had collected her forces, the god unto Ea divulged. Ea hearkened to this thing, and he was grievously afflicted, and he sat in sorrow. The days went by, and his anger was appeased. And to the place of Ansar, his father, he took his way. He went, and standing before Ansar, the father who begat him, all that Tiamat had plotted he repeated unto him, saying, Tiamat our mother hath conceived a hatred for us. With all her force she rageth, full of wrath. All the gods have turned to her, with those whom ye created, that go at her side. They are banded together, and at the side of Tiamat they advance. They are furious. They devise mischief without resting night and day. They prepare for battle, fuming and raging. They have joined their forces and are making war. Hubur, who formed all things, hath made in addition weapons invincible. She hath spawned monster serpents, sharp of tooth and merciless of fang. With poison, instead of blood, she hath filled their bodies. Fierce monster vipers she hath clothed with terror. With splendor she hath decked them. She hath made them of lofty stature. Whoever beholdeth them is overcome by terror. Their bodies rear up, and none can withstand their attack. She hath set up vipers and dragons, and the monster Lahamu, and hurricanes and raging hounds, and scorpion men, and mighty tempests, and fishmen and rams. They bear cruel weapons without fear of the fight. Her commands are mighty. None can resist them. After this fashion, huge of stature, hath she made 11 monsters. Among the gods who are her sons, inasmuch as he hath given her support, she hath exalted Kingu. In their midst she hath raised him to power, to march before the forces, to lead the host, to give the battle signal, to advance to the attack, to direct the battle, to control the fight. Unto him hath she entrusted. In costly raiment she hath made him sit, saving. I have uttered thy spell. In the assembly of the gods I have raised thee to power. The dominion over all the gods have I entrusted unto thee. Be thou exalted, thou my chosen spouse. May they magnify thy name over all of them. She hath given him the tablets of destiny. On his breast she laid them, saying, Thy command shall not be without avail, and the word of thy mouth shall be established. Now Kingu, thus exalted, having received the power of Anu, decreed the fate for the gods, her sons, saying, Let the opening of your mouth quench the fire god. Whoso is exalted in the battle, let him display his might. When Ansar heard how Tiamat was mightily in revolt, he bit his lips. His mind was not at peace. He made a bitter lamentation. Battle. Thou, Mumu and Apsu thou hast smitten, but Tiamat hath exalted Kingu, and where is one who can oppose her? Deliberation. The of the gods, Nudamud. Ansar unto his son addressed the word. My mighty hero, whose strength is great and whose onslaught cannot be withstood, go and stand before Tiamat, that her spirit may be appeased, that her heart may be merciful. But if she will not hearken unto thy word, our word shalt thou speak unto her, that she may be pacified. He heard the word of his father Ansar, and he directed his path to her. Toward her he took the way. And drew nigh, he beheld the muttering of Tiamat, but he could not withstand her, and he turned back. Ansar. He spake unto him. A gap of over 20 lines occurs here. An avenger, valiant, in the place of his decision. He spake unto him, Thy father, thou art my son, who maketh merciful his heart. To the battle shalt thou draw nigh. He that shall behold thee shall have peace. And the Lord rejoiced at the word of his father, and he drew nigh and stood before Ansar. Ansar beheld him, and his heart was filled with joy. He kissed him on the lips, and his fear departed from him. O my father, let not the word of thy lips be overcome. Let me go, that I may accomplish all that is in thy heart. O Ansar, let not the word of thy lips be overcome. Let me go, that I may accomplish all that is in thy heart. What man is it who hath brought thee forth to battle? Tiamat, who is a woman, is armed and attacketh thee. Rejoice and be glad. The neck of Tiamat shalt thou swiftly trample under foot. Rejoice and be glad. The neck of Tiamat shalt thou swiftly trample under foot. My son, who knoweth all wisdom, pacify Tiamat with thy pure incantation. Speedily set out upon thy way, for thy blood shall not be poured out. Thou shalt return again. The Lord rejoiced at the word of his father. His heart exulted, and unto his father he spake, O Lord of the gods, destiny of the great gods, if I, your avenger, conquer Tiamat and give you life, appoint an assembly, make my fate preeminent, and proclaim it. In Upsukinaku seat yourself joyfully together. With my word in place of you will I decree fate. May whatsoever I do remain unaltered. May the word of my lips never be chanced nor made of no avail. The third tablet, Ansar opened his mouth, and unto Gaga, his minister, spake the word. O Gaga, thou minister that rejoicest my spirit, unto Lamu and Lahamu will I send thee. thou canst attain. Thou shalt cause to be brought before thee. Let the gods, all of them, make ready for a feast. At a banquet, let them sit. Let them eat bread. Let them mix wine. That for Marduk, their avenger, they may decree the fate. Go, Gaga, stand before them. And all that I tell thee, repeat unto them, and say, Ansar, Vur Son, hath sent me. The purpose of his heart he hath made known unto me. The purpose of his heart he hath made known unto me. He saith that Tiamat our mother hath conceived a hatred for us. With all her force she rageth, full of wrath. All the gods have turned to her. With those whom ye created, they go at her side. They are banded together, and at the side of Tiamat they advance. They are furious. They devise mischief without resting night and day. They prepare for battle, fuming and raging. They have joined their forces and are making war. Hubur, who formed all things, hath made in addition weapons invincible. She hath spawned monster serpents, sharp of tooth and merciless of fang. With poison instead of blood, she hath filled their bodies. Fierce monster vipers she hath clothed with terror. With splendor she hath decked them, she hath made them of lofty stature. Whoever beboldeth them, terror overcometh him. Their bodies rear up, and none can withstand their attack. She hath set up vipers and dragons, and the monster Lahamu, and hurricanes and raging bounds, and scorpion men and mighty tempests, and fish men and rams. They bear merciless weapons without fear of the fight. Her commands are mighty. None can resist them. After this fashion, huge of stature, hath she made 11 monsters, among the gods who are her sons, inasmuch as he hath given her support. She hath exalted Kingu. In their midst she hath raised him to power, to march before the forces, to lead the host, to give the battle signal, to advance to the attack, to direct the battle, to control the fight. Unto him hath she entrusted. In costly raiment she hath made him sit, saying, I have uttered thy spell. In the assembly of the gods, I have raised thee to power. The dominion over all the gods have I entrusted unto thee. Be thou exalted, thou my chosen spouse. May they magnify thy name over all of them. The Anunnaki. She hath given him the tablets of destiny. On his breast she laid them, saying, Thy command shall not be without avail, and the word of thy mouth shall be established. Now Kingu, thus exalted, having received the power of Anu, decreed the fate for the gods, her sons, saving. Let the opening of your mouth quench the fire god. Whoso is exalted in the battle, let him display his might. I sent Anu, but he could not withstand her. Nudimmud was afraid and turned back. But Marduk hath set out, the director of the gods, your son. To set out against Tiamat, his heart hath prompted him. He opened his mouth and spake unto me, saying, If I, your avenger, conquer Tiamat and give you life, appoint an assembly, make my fate preeminent and proclaim it. In Upsukanaku seat yourself joyfully together. With my word in place of you will I decree fate. May whatsoever I do remain unaltered. May the word of my lips never be changed nor made of no avail. Hasten, therefore, and swiftly decree for him the fate which you bestow, that he may go and fight your strong enemy. Gaga went. He took his way, and humbly before Lachmu and Lahamu, the gods, his fathers, he made obeisance, and he kissed the ground at their feet. He humbled himself. Then he stood up and spake unto them, saying, Ansar, your son hath sent me. The purpose of his heart he hath made known unto me. He saith that Tiamat, our mother, hath conceived a hatred for us. With all her force she rageth, full of wrath. All the gods have turned to her. With those whom ye created, they go at her side. They are banded together, and at the side of Tiamat they advance. They are furious. They devise mischief without resting night and day. They prepare for battle, fuming and raging. They have joined their forces and are making war. Umuhubur, who formed all things, hath made in addition weapons invincible. She hath spawned monster serpents, sharp of tooth and merciless of fang. With poison instead of blood, she hath filled their bodies. Fierce monster vipers she hath clothed with terror. With splendor she hath decked them, she hath made them of lofty stature. Whoever beboldeth them, terror overcometh him. Their bodies rear up, and none can withstand their attack. She hath set up vipers, and dragons, and the monster, Lahamu, and hurricanes, and raging hounds, and scorpion men, and mighty tempests, and fishmen, and rams. They bear merciless weapons, without fear of the fight. Her commands are mighty, none can resist them. After this fashion, huge of stature, hath she made 11 monsters. Among the gods who are her sons, inasmuch as he hath given her support, she hath exalted king. In their midst she hath raised him to power, to march before the forces, to lead the host, to give the battle signal, to advance to the attack, to direct the battle, to control the fight. Unto him hath she entrusted. In costly of raiment she hath made him sit, saving. I have uttered thy spell. In the assembly of the gods I have raised thee to power. The dominion over all the gods have I entrusted unto thee. Be thou exalted, thou my chosen spouse. May they magnify thy name over all of them. The Anunnaki. She hath given him the tablets of destiny on his breast, she laid them, saving. Thy command shall not be without avail, and the word of thy mouth shall be established. Now Kingu, thus exalted, having received the power of Anu, decreed the fate for the gods, her sons, saying, Let the opening of your mouth quench the fire god. Whoso is exalted in the battle, let him display his might. I sent Anu, but he could not withstand her. Nudimmud was afraid and turned back. But Marduk hath set out, the director of the gods, your son. To set out against Tiamat his heart hath prompted him. He opened his mouth and spake unto me, saying, If I, your avenger, conquer Tiamat and give you life, appoint an assembly, make my fate preeminent and proclaim it. In Upsukinaku seat yourselves joyfully together. With my word in place of you will I decree fate. May whatsoever I do remain unaltered. May the word of my lips never be changed nor made of no avail. Hasten, therefore, and swiftly decree for him the fate which you bestow, that he may go and fight your strong enemy. Lamu and Lahamu heard and cried aloud. All of the Igigi, the elder gods, wailed bitterly, saying, What has been altered so that they should, we do not understand the deed of Tiamat. Then did they collect and go, the great gods, all of them, who decree fate. They entered in before Ansar. They filled. They kissed one another in the assembly, and they made ready for the feast. At the banquet they sat. They ate bread, they mixed sesame wine, the sweet drink, the mead, confused there. They were drunk with drinking, their bodies were filled. They were wholly at ease, their spirit was exalted. Then for Marduk, their avenger, did they decree the fate. The 4th tablet, they prepared for him a lordly chamber. Before his fathers as prince he took his place. Thou art chiefest among the great gods. Thy fate is unequaled. Thy word is Anu. O Marduk, thou art chiefest among the great gods. Thy fate is unequaled. Thy word is Anu. Henceforth not without avail shall be thy command. In thy power shall it be to exalt and to abase. Established shall be the word of thy mouth. Irresistible shall be thy command. None among the gods shall transgress thy boundary. Abundance, the desire of the shrines of the gods, shall be established in thy sanctuary, even though they lack offerings. O Marduk, thou art our avenger. We give thee sovereignty over the whole world. Sit thou down in might. Be exalted in thy command. Thy weapon shall never lose its power. It shall crush thy foe. O Lord, spare the life of him that putteth his trust in thee. But as for the God who began the rebellion, pour out his life. Then set they in their midst a garment, and unto Marduk, their firstborn, they spake. May thy fate, O Lord, be supreme among the gods, to destroy and to create. Speak thou the word, and thy command shall be fulfilled. Command now, and let the garment vanish, and speak the word again, and let the garment reappear. Then he spake with his mouth, and the garment vanished. Again he commanded it, and the garment reappeared. When the gods, his fathers, beheld the fulfillment of his word, they rejoiced, and they did homage unto him, saying, Marduk is king. They bestowed upon him the scepter, and the throne, and the ring. They give him an invincible weaponry, which overwhelmeth the foe. Go, and cut off the life of Tiamat, and let the wind carry her blood into secret places. After the gods his fathers had decreed for the Lord his fate, they caused him to set out on a path of prosperity and success. He made ready the bow. He chose his weapon, he slung a spear upon him, and fastened it. He raised the club. In his right hand he grasped it. The bow and the quiver he hung at his side. He set the lightning in front of him. With burning flame he filled his body. He made a net to enclose the inward parts of Tiamat. The four winds he stationed, so that nothing of her might escape: the south wind, and the north wind, and the east wind, and the west wind. He brought near to the net the gift of his father Anu. He created the evil wind, and the tempest, and the hurricane, and the fourfold wind, and the sevenfold wind, and the whirlwind, and the wind which had no equal. He sent forth the winds which he had created, the seven of them, to disturb the inward parts of Tiamat. They followed after him. Then the Lord raised the thunderbolt, his mighty weapon. He mounted the chariot, the storm unequaled for terror. He harnessed and yoked unto it 4 horses, destructive, ferocious, overwhelming, and swift of pace. Were their teeth? They were flecked with foam. They were skilled in. They had been trained to trample underfoot. Mighty in battle, left and right. His garment was, he was clothed with terror, with overpowering brightness his head was crowned. Then he set out, he took his way, and toward the raging Tiamat he set his face. On his lips he held, he grasped in his hand. Then they beheld him, the gods beheld him. The gods his fathers beheld him, the gods beheld him. And the Lord drew nigh, he gazed upon the inward parts of Tiamat. He perceived the muttering of Kingu, her spouse. As Marduk gazed, Kingu was troubled in his gait. His will was destroyed and his motion ceased. And the gods, his helpers, who marched by his side, beheld their leaders, and their sight was troubled. But Tiamat, she turned not her neck. With lips that failed not, she uttered rebellious words. Thy coming as Lord of the gods, from their places have they gathered, in thy place are they. Then the Lord raised the thunderbolt, his mighty weapon, and against Tiamat, who was raging, thus he sent the word. Thou art become great. Thou hast exalted thyself on high, and thy heart hath prompted thee to call to battle. their fathers. There thou hatest. Thou hast exalted Kingu to be thy spouse. Thou hast him that, even as Anu, he should issue Diris. Thou hast followed after evil, and against the gods my fathers thou hast contrived thy wicked plan. Let then thy host be equipped, let thy weapons be girded on. Stand, I and thou, let us join battle. When Tiamat heard these words, she was like one possessed. She lost her reason. Tiamat uttered wild, piercing cries. She trembled and shook to her very foundations. She recited an incantation. She pronounced her spell, and the gods of the battle cried out for their weapons. Then advanced Tiamat and Marduk, the counselor of the gods. To the fight they came on, to the battle they drew nigh. The Lord spread out his net and caught her, and the evil wind that was behind him he let loose in her face. As Tiamat opened her mouth to its full extent, he drove in the evil wind, while as yet she had not shut her lips. The terrible winds filled her belly, and her courage was taken from her, and her mouth she opened wide. He seized the spear and burst her belly. He severed her inward parts. He pierced her heart. He overcame her and cut off her life. He cast down her body and stood upon it. When he had slain Tiamat, the leader, her might was broken, her host was scattered. And the gods, her helpers, who marched by her side, trembled and were afraid and turned back. They took to flight to save their lives, but they were surrounded so that they could not escape. He took them captive. He broke their weapons. In the net they were caught, and in the snare they sat down. Of the world they filled with cries of grief. They received punishment from him. They were held in bondage. And on the 11 creatures which she had filled with the power of striking terror, upon the troop of devils who marched at her, he brought affliction, their strength them and their opposition he trampled under his feet. Moreover, Kingu, who had been exalted over them, he conquered, and with the god Dugga he counted him. He took from him the tablets of destiny that were not rightly his. He sealed them with a seal, and in his own breast he laid them. Now, after the hero Marduk had conquered and cast down his enemies, and had made the arrogant foe even like, and had fully established Ansar's triumph over the enemy, and had attained the purpose of Nudimmud, over the captive gods he strengthened his durance, and unto Tiamat, whom he had conquered, he returned. And the Lord stood upon Tiamat's hinder parts, and with his merciless club he smashed her skull. He cut through the channels of her blood, and he made the north wind bear it away into secret places. His fathers beheld, and they rejoiced and were glad. Presents and gifts they brought unto him. Then the Lord rested, gazing upon her dead body, while he divided the flesh of and devised a cunning plan. He split her up like a flat fish into 2 halves. One half of her he established as a covering for heaven. He fixed a bolt, he stationed a watchman, and bade them not to let her waters come forth. He passed through the heavens, he surveyed the regions thereof, and over against the deep he set the dwelling of Nudimmud. And the Lord measured the structure of the deep, and he founded Isara, a mansion like unto it. The mansion Isara, which he created as heaven, he caused Anu, Bel, and Ea in their districts to inhabit. The 5th tablet, he, Marduk, made the stations for the great gods. The stars, their images, as the stars of the zodiac, he fixed. He ordained the year, and into sections he divided it. For the 12 months he fixed 3 stars. After he had the days of the year, images, he founded the station of Nibiru, the planet Jupiter, to determine their bounds, that none might err or go astray. He set the station of Bel and Ea along with him. He opened great gates on both sides. He made strong the bolt on the left and on the right. In the midst thereof he fixed the zenith. The moon god he caused to shine forth, the night he entrusted to him. He appointed him a being of the night, to determine the days. Every month without ceasing with the crown he covered him, saying, At the beginning of the month, when thou shinest upon the land, thou commandest the horns to determine 6 days, and on the 7th day to divide the crown. On the 14th day thou shalt stand opposite, the half. When the sun god on the foundation of heaven, thee, thou shalt cause to, and thou shalt make his. Unto the path of the sun god shalt thou cause to draw nigh. And on the day thou shalt stand opposite, and the sun god shall, to traverse her way. Thou shalt cause to draw nigh, and thou shalt judge the right, to destroy. The gods, his fathers, beheld the net which he had made. They beheld the bow, and how its work was accomplished. They praised the work which he had done. Then Anu raised in the assembly of the gods. He kissed the bow, saving, It is. And thus he named the names of the bow, saving, Longwood shall be one name, and the second name shall be, and its third name shall be, the bow star, in heaven shall it. Then he fixed a station for it. Now after the fate of, he set a throne in heaven. The 6th tablet. When Marduk heard the word of the gods, his heart prompted him, and he devised a cunning plan. He opened his mouth, and unto Ea he spake, that which he had conceived in his heart he imparted unto him. My blood will I take, and bone will I fashion. I will make man, that man may. I will create man who shall inhabit the earth, that the service of the gods may be established, and that their shrines may be built. But I will alter the ways of the gods, and I will change their paths. Together shall they be oppressed, and unto evil shall they. And He answered him, and spake the word, Of the gods I have changed, and one shall be destroyed, and men will I, and the gods, and they. The rest of the text is wanting with the exception of the last few lines of the tablet, which read as follows. They rejoiced. In Upsukin Naku they set their dwelling. Of the heroic son, their avenger, they cried, We, whom he succored. They seated themselves, and in the assembly they named him. They all cried aloud. They exalted him. The 7th tablet. O Asari, Marduk, bestower of planting, founder of sowing, creator of grain and plants, who caused the green herb to spring up. O Asaru Alim, Marduk, who is revered in the house of counsel, who aboundeth in counsel. The gods paid homage. Fear took hold upon them. O Asaru Alim Nuna, Marduk, the mighty one, the light of the Father who begat him, who directeth the decrees of Anu Bel and Ea. He was their patron, be ordained there. He, whose provision is abundance, goeth forth. Tutu, Marduk, is he who created them anew. Should their wants be pure, then are they satisfied. Should he make an incantation, then are the gods appeased. Should they attack him in anger, he withstandeth their onslaught. Let him therefore be exalted, and in the assembly of the gods let him. None among the gods can rival him. 15. Tutu. Marduk is Zeukina, the life of the host of the gods, who established for the gods the bright heavens. He set them on their way, and ordained their path. Never shall his deeds be forgotten among men. Tutu Aziazag. Thirdly they named, the bringer of purification, the god of the favoring breeze, the Lord of hearing and mercy, the creator of fullness and abundance, the founder of plenteousness, who increaseth all that is small. In sore distress we felt his favoring breeze. Let them say, let them pay reverence, let them bow in humility before him. Tutu as Aga Azag may mankind fourthly magnify. the Lord of the pure incantation, the quickener of the dead, who had mercy upon the captive gods, who removed the yoke from upon the gods his enemies. For their forgiveness did he create mankind, the merciful one with whom it is to bestow life. May his deeds endure. May they never be forgotten. In the mouth of mankind whom his hands have made. Tutu as Muazag, fifthly, his pure incantation, may their mouth proclaim, who through his pure incantation hath destroyed all the evil ones. Sagzu, Marduk, who knoweth the heart of the gods, who seeth through the innermost part. The evildoer he hath not caused to go forth with him. Founder of the assembly of the gods, who, their heart? Subduer of the disobedient, director of righteousness, who rebellion and Tutu as Zisi, the, who put an end to anger, who, Tutu as Sukur, thirdly, the destroyer of the foe, who put their plans to confusion, who destroyed all the wicked, us, let them, who, he named the four quarters of the world, mankind had created, and upon him understanding, the mighty one, Agil, the creator of the earth, Zulumu, the giver of counsel and of whatsoever, Mumu, the creator of Mulil, the heavens, who for Giskul let, who brought the gods to naught. The chief of all lords, supreme is his might. Lugal Durma, the king of the band of the gods, the lord of rulers, who is exalted in a royal habitation, who among the gods is gloriously supreme. Adu Nuna, the counselor of Ea, who created the gods his fathers, unto the path of whose majesty no god can ever attain. In Dulazag be made it known, pure is his dwelling. The, of those without understanding, is Lugal Dulazaga. Supreme is his might, there, in the midst of Tiamat, of the battle. The star, which shineth in the heavens, may he hold the beginning and the future. May they pay homage unto him, saying, he who forced his way through the midst of Tiamat without resting. Let his name be Nibiru, the Caesar of the midst. For the stars of heaven he upheld the paths. He shepherded all the gods like sheep. He conquered Tiamat. He troubled and ended her life. In the future of mankind, when the days grow old, may this be heard without ceasing. May it hold sway forever. Since he created the realm of heaven and fashioned the firm earth, the Lord of the world. The Father Bell hath called his name. This title, which all the spirits of heaven proclaimed, did Ea hear, and his spirit was rejoiced. And he said, he whose name his fathers have made glorious, shall be even as I, his name shall be Ea. The binding of all my decrees shall he control, all my commands shall he make known. By the name of 50 did the great gods proclaim his 50 names. They made his path preeminent. Epilogue. Let them be held in remembrances, and let the first man proclaim them. Let the wise and the understanding consider them together. Let the Father repeat them and teach them to his Son. Let them be in the ears of the pastor and the shepherd. Let a man rejoice in Marduk, the Lord of the gods, that be may cause his land to be fruitful, and that he himself, Haikit Kinasav, may have prosperity. His word standeth fast, his command is unaltered. The utterance of his mouth hath no God ever annulled. He gazed in his anger, he turned not his neck. When he is wroth, no God can withstand his indignation. Wide is his heart, broad is his compassion, the sinner and evildoer in his presence. They received instruction, they spake before him, unto, of Marduk may the gods, may they, his name, they took and... Sumerian king list. After kingship had descended from heaven, Eridu became the seat of kingship. In Eridu, Alulim became king. He ruled for 28,800 years. Alalgar ruled for 36,000 years. Two kings. They ruled for 64,800 years. Then Eridu fell, and the kingship was carried to Bad Tibira. In Bad Tibira, Enmen-Lu-Ana ruled for 40,200 years. Enmen-Gal-Ana ruled for 28,800 years. Dumuzid the shepherd ruled for 36,000 years. Three kings. They ruled for 108,000 years. Then Bad Tibira fell, and the kingship was carried to Larak. In Larak, Ensipad Zid Ana ruled for 28,800 years. One king. He ruled for 28,800 years. Then Larak fell, and the kingship was carried to Sipar. In Sipar, Enmen-Dur Ana became king. He ruled for 21,000 years. One king. He ruled for 21,000 years. Then Sipar fell, and the kingship was carried to Shurupak. In Shurupak, Ubara-Tutu became king. He ruled for 18,600 years. One king. He ruled for 18,600 years. In 5 cities, 8 kings. They ruled for 241,200 years. Then the flood swept over. After the flood had swept over and kingship had again descended from heaven, Kish became the seat of kingship. In Kish, Jushur became king. He ruled for 200 years. Kulasinabel ruled for 960 years. Nangish-Lishma ruled for 670 years. Entara Ana ruled for 420 years. Babum ruled for 300 years. Puanam ruled for 840 years. Kalibum ruled for 960 years. Kalumum ruled for 840 years. Zukakip ruled for 900 years. Atab ruled for 600 years. Mashta ruled for 840 years. Arwiam ruled for 720 years. Etana the shepherd, he who ascended to heaven and consolidated all foreign lands, became king. He ruled for 1,500 years. Bali, son of Etana, ruled for 400 years. Enmenuna ruled for 660 years. Melam-Kish, son of Enmenuna, ruled for 900 years. Barsal-Nuna, son of Enmenuna, ruled for 200 years. Zamug ruled for 140 years. Tizkar ruled for 305 years. Ilku ruled for 900 years. Iltasadam ruled for 200 years. En-Men-Baraj-Si, he who smote Elam, became king. He ruled for 900 years. Aga, son of En-Men-Baraj-Si, ruled for 625 years. 23 kings. They ruled for 24,510 years, 3 months, and 3.5 days. Then Kish fell, and the kingship was carried to Eanna. In Eanna, Meshki-Angashir, son of Utu, became king. He ruled for 324 years. He entered the sea and disappeared. En-Merkar, son of Meshki-Angashir, became king. He ruled for 420 years. Lugobanda, the shepherd, ruled for 200 years. Dumuzid, the fisherman, whose city was Quara, ruled for 100 years. Gilgamesh, whose father was a phantom, lord of Kulaba, ruled for 126 years. Ur-Nungal, son of Gilgamesh, ruled for 30 years. Udul-Kalama, son of Ur-Nungal, ruled for 15 years. Labashum ruled for 9 years. En-Nundara Ana ruled for 8 years. Meshi, the smith, ruled for 36 years. Melem Ana ruled for 6 years. Lugo-Ki-Gubni Dudu ruled for 36 years. Ur-Ningin ruled for 7 years. Ur-Gigir, son of Ur-Ningin, ruled for 6 years. Kuda ruled for 6 years. Arad, son of Kuda, ruled for 1 year. Dumuzid ruled for 21 years. En-Nuntara Ana ruled for 8 years. Meshi, the smith, ruled for 36 years. Melem Ana ruled for 6 years. Lugal Melem ruled for 6 years. 12 kings, they ruled for 2,110 years. Then Uruk fell, and the kingship was carried to Ur. In Ur, Mesh-Napada became king. He ruled for 80 years. Mesh-ki-Angnana, son of Mesh-Anipada, ruled for 36 years. Elulu ruled for 25 years. Balulu ruled for 36 years. 4 kings. They ruled for 177 years. Then Ur fell, and the kingship was carried to Awan. In Awan, 3 kings ruled for 356 years. Then Awan fell, and the kingship was carried to Kish. In Kish, Susuda became king. He ruled for 201 years. Dadasig ruled for 81 years. Mamagal ruled for 360 years. Kalbum ruled for 195 years. Tugi ruled for 360 years. Menuna ruled for 180 years. Enbi-Ishtar ruled for 290 years. 7 kings. They ruled for 1,167 years. Then Kish fell, and the kingship was carried to Hamazi. In Hamazi, Hadanish became king. He ruled for 360 years. 1 king. He ruled for 360 years. Then Hamazi fell, and the kingship was carried to Uruk. In Uruk, En-Shakansha-Ana became king. He ruled for 60 years. Lugal-Ura ruled for 120 years. Argandea ruled for 7 years. 3 kings. They ruled for 187 years. Then Uruk fell, and the kingship was carried to Ur. In Ur, Nani became king. He ruled for 120 years. Meski-Agnana ruled for 48 years. 2 kings. They ruled for 168 years. Then Ur fell, and the kingship was carried to Adab. In Adab, Lugal-Anamundu became king. He ruled for 90 years. 1 king. He ruled for 90 years. Then Adab fell, and the kingship was carried to Mari. In Mari, Anbu became king. He ruled for 30 years. Anba ruled for 17 years. Bazi ruled for 30 years. Zizi ruled for 20 years. Limmer ruled for 30 years. Sharometer ruled for 9 years. 6 kings. They ruled for 136 years. Then Mari fell, and the kingship was carried to Kish. In Kish, Kubaba, the tavern keeper, she who made firm the foundations of Kish, became king. She ruled for 100 years. Then Kish fell, and the kingship was carried to Akshak. In Akshak, Unzi became king. He ruled for 30 years. Undalulu ruled for 6 years. Ur ruled for 6 years. Pusur-Nira ruled for 20 years. Ishu-Il ruled for 24 years. Shu-Sin ruled for 7 years. 6 kings. They ruled for 93 years. Then Akshak fell, and the kingship was carried to Kish. In Kish, Puzur-Sin became king. He ruled for 25 years. Ur-Zababa ruled for 400 years. Zamudar ruled for 30 years. Usiwatar ruled for 7 years. Eshtarmuti ruled for 11 years. Ishme-Shamash ruled for 11 years. Shu-Ilishu ruled for 15 years. Nania, the jeweler, ruled for 7 years. 8 kings. They ruled for 506 years. Then Kish fell, and the kingship was carried to Akkad. In Akkad, Sargon became king. He ruled for 56 years. Rimush, son of Sargon, ruled for 9 years. Manishtushu, brother of Rimush, ruled for 15 years. Naram-Sin, son of Manishtushu, ruled for 36 years. Shar-Kali-Shari, son of Naram-Sin, ruled for 25 years. Then who was king? Who was not king? Irgiji ruled for 3 years. Emi ruled for 3 years. Nanam ruled for 3 years. Ilulu ruled for 3 years. 4 of them ruled for 12 years. Dudu ruled for 21 years. Shudurul, son of Dudu, ruled for 15 years. 11 kings. They ruled for 197 years. Then Akkad fell, and the kingship was carried to Uruk. In Uruk, Ur-Nigin became king. He ruled for 7 years. Ur-Gigir ruled for 6 years. Kuda ruled for 6 years. Puzur-Ili ruled for 5 years. Ur-Utu ruled for 6 years. 5 kings. They ruled for 30 years. Then Uruk fell, and the kingship was carried to Gutium. In the land of Gutium, at first no king was famous. They ruled themselves for 3 years. Then their kings became known. Inkishush ruled for 6 years. Zarlagab ruled for 6 years. Shulme ruled for 6 years. Elulmesh ruled for 6 years. Inimabakesh ruled for 5 years. Igashaush ruled for 6 years. Yarlagab ruled for 3 years. Ibate ruled for 3 years. Yarlaganda ruled for 7 years. Shulmashar ruled for 6 years. Siu ruled for 7 years. Tiragan ruled for 40 days. 12 kings, they ruled for 91 years and 40 days. Then Gutium fell, and the kingship was carried to Uruk. In Uruk, Utu-Hengal became king. He ruled for 7 years. Then Uruk fell, and the kingship was carried to Ur. In Ur, Ur-Nammu became king. He ruled for 18 years. Shulgi, son of Ur-Nammu, ruled for 46 years. Amar-Sin, son of Shulgi, ruled for 9 years. Shu-Sin, son of Amar-Sin, ruled for 9 years. Ibi-Sin, son of Shu-Sin, ruled for 24 years. 5 kings. They ruled for 106 years. Then Ur fell, and the kingship was carried to Isin. In Isin, Ishbi-Era became king. He ruled for 33 years. Shu-Ilishu ruled for 20 years. Idin-Dagan ruled for 20 years. Ishmi-Dagan ruled for 20 years. Lipit-Ishtar ruled for 11 years. Ur-Ninurta ruled for 28 years. Bur-Sin ruled for 21 years. Lipit-Enlil ruled for 5 years. Era-Imiti ruled for 8 years. Enlil-Bani ruled for 24 years. Zambia ruled for 3 years. Iter-Pisha ruled for 4 years. Ur-Dukuga ruled for 4 years. Suen-Magir ruled for 11 years. Damik-Ilishu ruled for 23 years. 15 kings. They ruled for 225 years. Thus ends the king list. From the moment kingship descended from heaven to the time of Isin, the line of kings was never broken. The Book of Enoch, by Dr. J. Winter. The creation. Observe ye everything that takes place in the heaven, how they do not change their orbits, and the luminaries which are in the heaven, how they all rise and set in order each in its season, and transgress not against their appointed order. Behold ye the earth, and give heed to the things which take place upon it from first to last. How steadfast they are. How none of the things upon earth change, but all the works of God appear to you. Behold the summer and the winter, how the whole earth is filled with water, and clouds and dew and rain lie upon it. Observe and see how in the winter all the trees seem as though they had withered and shed all their leaves, except 14 trees, which do not lose their foliage, but retain the old foliage from 2 to 3 years till the new comes. And again, observe ye the days of summer, how the sun is above the earth over against it, and you seek shade and shelter, by reason of the heat of the sun, and the earth also burns with growing heat. And so you cannot tread on the earth, or on a rock by reason of its heat. Observe ye how the trees cover themselves with green leaves and bear fruit. Wherefore give ye heed, and know with regard to all his works, and recognize how he that liveth forever hath made them so. And all his works go on thus, from year to year forever. And all the tasks which they accomplish for him, and their tasks change not. But according as God hath ordained, so is it done. And behold, how the sea and the rivers, in like manner, accomplish and change not their tasks from his commandments. But ye have not been steadfast, nor done the commandments of the Lord. But ye have turned away and spoken proud and hard words with your impure mouths against his greatness. O ye hard-hearted, ye shall find no peace. Therefore shall ye execrate your days, and the years of your life shall perish, and the years of your destruction shall be multiplied in eternal abomination, and ye shall find no mercy. In those days ye shall make your names an eternal abomination unto all the righteous, and by you shall all who curse, curse. All the sinners and godless shall imprecate by you. And for you, the godless there shall be a curse. And all the righteous shall rejoice, And there shall be forgiveness of sins, and every mercy, and peace, and forbearance. There shall be salvation unto them, a goodly light. And for all of you sinners, there shall be no salvation, but on you all shall abide the curse of the beast. But for the elect, there shall be light and joy and peace, and they shall inherit the earth. And then there shall be bestowed upon the elect wisdom, and they shall all live and never again sin, either through ungodliness or through pride. But they who are wise shall be humble, and they shall not again transgress, nor shall they sin all the days of their life, nor shall they die of anger or wrath. But they shall complete the number of the days of their life, and their lives shall be increased in peace, and the years of their joy shall be multiplied in eternal gladness and peace all the days of their life. Fallen angels. And it came to pass, when the children of men had multiplied, that in those days were born unto them beautiful and comely daughters. And the angels, the children of the heaven, saw and lusted after them, and said to one another, Come, let us choose us wives from among the children of men, and beget us children. And Semjaza, who was their leader, said unto them, I fear ye will not indeed agree to do this deed, and I alone shall have to pay the penalty of a great sin. And they all answered him and said, Let us all swear an oath, and all bind ourselves by mutual imprecations, not to abandon this plan, but to do this thing. Then swear they all together, and bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon it. And they were in all 200, who descended in the days of Jared on the summit of Mount Hermon, and they called it Mount Hermon, because they had sworn and bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon it. And these are the names of their leaders: Samlazaz, their leader, Arakalba, Ramil, Kokablel, Tamlel, Ramlel, Danel, Ezekiel, Barakijal, Asael, Armaros, Batarel, Ananel, Zaklel, Samsapil, Satarel, Turel, Jomjael, Sariel. These are their chiefs of tens, and all the others together with them took unto themselves wives, and each chose for himself one. And they began to go in unto them, and to defile themselves with them. And they taught them charms and enchantments, and the cutting of roots, and made them acquainted with plants. And they became pregnant, and they bare great giants, whose height was 3,000 ells, who consumed all the acquisitions of men. And when men could no longer sustain them, the giants turned against them and devoured mankind. And they began to sin against birds and beasts and reptiles and fish, and to devour one another's flesh and drink the blood. Then the earth laid accusation against the lawless ones. And Azazel taught men to make swords and knives and shields and breastplates, and made known to them the metals of the earth and the art of working them, and bracelets and ornaments, and the use of antimony, and the beautifying of the eyelids, and all kinds of costly stones, and all coloring tinctures. And there arose much godlessness, and they committed fornication, and they were led astray, and became corrupt in all their ways. Semjaza taught enchantments and root cuttings, Armaros the resolving of enchantments, Barakijal taught astrology, Kokabel the constellations, Ezekiel the knowledge of the clouds, Arakiel the signs of the earth, Shamsiel the signs of the sun, and Sariel the course of the moon. And as men perished, they cried, and their cry went up to heaven. Intercession of angels. And then Michael, Uriel, Raphael, and Gabriel looked down from heaven and saw much blood being shed upon the earth, and all lawlessness being wrought upon the earth. And they said one to another, The earth made without inhabitant cries, the voice of their cryingst, up to the gates of heaven. And now to you, the holy ones of heaven. The souls of men make their suit, saying, "Bring our cause before the Most High." And they said to the Lord of the ages, Lord of lords, God of gods, King of kings, and God of the ages, the throne of thy glory standeth unto all the generations of the ages, and thy name holy and glorious and blessed unto all the ages. Thou hast made all things, and power over all things hast thou. And all things are naked and open in thy sight, and thou seest all things, and nothing can hide itself from thee. Thou seest what Azazel hath done, who hath taught all unrighteousness on earth, and revealed the eternal secrets which were in heaven, which men were striving to learn, and Samlazaz, to whom thou hast given authority to bear rule over his associates. And they have gone to the daughters of men upon the earth, and have slept with the women, and have defiled themselves, and revealed to them all kinds of sins. And the women have borne giants, and the whole earth has thereby been filled with blood and unrighteousness. And now behold, the souls of those who have died are crying out, making their suit to the gates of heaven. And their lamentations have ascended and cannot cease, because of the lawless deeds which are wrought on the earth. And thou knowest all things before they come to pass. And thou seest these things, and thou dost suffer them. And thou dost not say to us what we are to do to them in regard to these. Then said the Most High, the Holy and Great One spake, and sent Uriel to the son of Lamech, and said to him, Go to Noah, and tell him in my name, Hide thyself, and reveal to him the end that is approaching, that the whole earth will be destroyed. And a deluge is about to come upon the whole earth, and will destroy all that is on it. And now instruct him that he may escape, and his seed may be preserved for all the generations of the world. And again the Lord said to Raphael, Bind Azazel hand and foot, and cast him into the darkness, and make an opening in the desert, which is in Dudael, and cast him therein. And place upon him rough and jagged rocks, and cover him with darkness, and let him abide there forever, and cover his face that he may not see light. And on the day of the great judgment he shall be cast into the fire, and heal the earth which the angels have corrupted, and proclaim the healing of the earth, that they may heal the plague, and that all the children of men may not perish through all the secret things that the watchers have disclosed and have taught their sons. And the whole earth has been corrupted through the works that were taught by Azazel. To him ascribe all sin. And to Gabriel said the Lord, Proceed against the bastards and the reprobates, and against the children of fornication, and destroy the children of the watchers from amongst men. Send them one against the other, that they may destroy each other in battle. For length of days shall they not have, and no request that they make of thee shall be granted unto their fathers on their behalf. For they hope to live an eternal life, and that each one of them will live 500 years. And the Lord said unto Michael, Go, bind Samlazaz and his associates, who have united themselves with women, so as to have defiled themselves with them in all their uncleanness. And when their sons have slain one another, and they have seen the destruction of their beloved ones, bind them fast for 70 generations in the valleys of the earth, till the day of their judgment and of their consummation, till the judgment that is forever and ever is consummated. In those days they shall be led off to the abyss of fire, and to the torment and the prison, in which they shall be confined forever. And whosoever shall be condemned and destroyed will from thenceforth be bound together with them to the end of all generations. And destroy all the spirits of the reprobate and the children of the watchers, because they have wronged mankind. Destroy all wrong from the face of the earth, and let every evil work come to an end, and let the plant of righteousness and truth appear. and it shall prove a blessing. The works of righteousness and truth shall be planted in truth and joy forevermore. And then shall all the righteous escape, and shall live till they beget thousands of children. And all the days of their youth and their old age shall they complete in peace. And then shall the whole earth be tilled in righteousness, and shall all be planted with trees and be full of blessing. And all desirable trees shall be planted on it, and they shall plant vines on it, and the vine which they plant thereon shall yield wine in abundance. And as for all the seed which is sown thereon, each measure shall bear 1,000. And each measure of olives shall yield 10 presses of oil. And cleanse thou the earth from all oppression, and from all unrighteousness, and from all sin, and from all godlessness, and all the uncleanness that is wrought upon the earth destroy from off the earth. And all the children of men shall become righteous, and all nations shall offer adoration and shall praise me, and all shall worship me. And the earth shall be cleansed from all defilement, and from all sin, and from all punishment, and from all torment. And I will never again send upon it from generation to generation and forever. And in those days I will open the store chambers of blessing which are in the heaven, so as to send them down upon the earth over the work and labor of the children of men. And truth and peace shall be associated together throughout all the days of the world and throughout all the generations of men. Before these things Enoch was hidden, and no one of the children of men knew where he was hidden, and where he abode, and what had become of him. And his activities had to do with the watchers, and his days were with the holy ones. And I, Enoch, was blessing the Lord of majesty and the King of the ages. And lo, the watchers called me, Enoch the scribe, and said to me, Enoch, thou scribe of righteousness, go, declare to the watchers of the heaven who have left the high heaven, the holy eternal place, and have defiled themselves with women, and have done as the children of earth do, and have taken unto themselves fumes. Say to them, Ye have wrought great destruction on the earth, and ye shall have no peace nor forgiveness of sin. And inasmuch as they delight themselves in their children, the murder of their beloved ones shall they see. And over the destruction of their children shall they lament, and shall make supplication unto eternity. But mercy and peace shall ye not attain. And Enoch went and said, Azazel, thou shalt have no peace. A severe sentence has gone forth against thee to put thee in bonds, and thou shalt not have toleration, nor request granted to thee, because of the unrighteousness which thou hast taught, and because of all the works of godlessness and unrighteousness and sin which thou hast shown to men. Then I went and spoke to them all together, and they were all afraid, and fear and trembling seized them. And they besought me to draw up a petition for them, that they might find forgiveness, and to read their petition in the presence of the Lord of heaven. For from thenceforward they could not speak with him, nor lift up their eyes to heaven for shame of their sins for which they had been condemned. Then I wrote out their petition and the prayer in regard to their spirits and their deeds individually, and in regard to their requests that they should have forgiveness and length. And I went off and sat down at the waters of Dan, in the land of Dan, to the south of the west of Hermon. I read their petition till I fell asleep. And behold, a dream came to me, and visions fell down upon me, and I saw visions of chastisement. And a voice came bidding me to tell it to the sons of heaven, and reprimand them. And when I awaked, I came unto them, and they were all sitting gathered together, weeping in Abel-Shael, which is between Lebanon and Senneser, with their faces covered. And I recounted before them all the visions which I had seen in sleep, and I began to speak the words of righteousness, and to reprimand the heavenly watchers. Book of the words of righteousness, the book of the words of righteousness, and of the reprimand of the eternal watchers in accordance with the command of the Holy Great One in that vision I saw in my sleep. What I will now say with a tongue of flesh and with the breath of my mouth, which the Great One has given to men to converse therewith and understand with the heart. As he has created and given to man the power of understanding the word of wisdom, so hath he created me also and given me the power of reprimanding the watchers, the children of heaven. I wrote out your petition, and in my vision it appeared thus, that your petition will not be granted unto you throughout all the days of eternity, and that judgment has been finally passed upon you. Your petition will not be granted unto you, and from henceforth you shall not ascend into heaven unto all eternity, and in bonds of the earth the decree has gone forth to bind you for all the days of the world. And previously you shall have seen the destruction of your beloved sons, and ye shall have no pleasure in them, but they shall fall before you by the sword. And your petition on their behalf shall not be granted, nor yet on your own, even though you weep and pray, and speak all the words contained in the writing which I have written. And the vision was shown to me thus. Behold, in the vision clouds invited me, and a mist summoned me, and the course of the stars and the lightnings sped and hastened me. And the winds in the vision caused me to fly, and lifted me upward, and bore me into heaven. And I went in till I drew nigh to a wall which is built of crystals, and surrounded by tongues of fire. And it began to affright me. And I went into the tongues of fire, and drew nigh to a large house, which was built of crystals, and the walls of the house were like a tessellated floor made of crystals, and its groundwork was of crystal. Its ceiling was like the path of the stars and the lightnings, and between them were fiery cherubim, and their heaven was water. A flaming fire surrounded the walls, and its portals blazed with fire. And I entered into that house, and it was hot as fire and cold as ice. There were no delights of life therein. Fear covered me, and trembling got hold upon me. And as I quaked and trembled, I fell upon my face, and I beheld a vision. And lo, there was a second house, greater than the former, and the entire portal stood open before me, and it was built of flames of fire. And in every respect it so excelled in splendor and magnificence and extent that I cannot describe to you its splendor and its extent. And its floor was of fire, and above it were lightnings, and the path of the stars. And its ceiling also was flaming fire. And I looked and saw therein a lofty throne. Its appearance was as crystal, and the wheels thereof as the shining sun. And there was the vision of cherubim. And from underneath the throne came streams of flaming fire, so that I could not look thereon. And the great glory sat thereon, and his raiment shone more brightly than the sun, and was whiter than any snow. None of the angels could enter and could behold his face, by reason of the magnificence and glory, and no flesh could behold him. The flaming fire was round about him, and a great fire stood before him, and none around could draw nigh him. 10,000 times 10,000 were before him, yet he needed no counselor. And the most holy ones who were nigh to him did not leave by night nor depart from him. And until then I had been prostrate on my face, trembling, and the Lord called me with his own mouth, and said to me, Come hither, Enoch, and hear my word. And one of the holy ones came to me and waked me, and he made me rise up and approach the door, and I bowed my face downwards. And he answered and said to me, and I heard his voice, Fear not, Enoch, thou righteous man and scribe of righteousness. Approach hither and hear my voice, and go. Say to the watchers of heaven, who have sent thee to intercede for them, You should intercede for men, and not men for you. Wherefore have ye left the high, holy, and eternal heaven, and lain with women, and defiled yourselves with the daughters of men, and taken to yourselves wives? and done like the children of earth, and begotten giants as your sons. And though ye were holy, spiritual, living the eternal life, you have defiled yourselves with the blood of women, and have begotten with the blood of flesh. And as the children of men have lusted after flesh and blood, as those also do who die and perish. Therefore have I given them wives also, that they might impregnate them, and beget children by them, that thus nothing might be wanting to them on earth. But you were formerly spiritual, living the eternal life, and immortal for all generations of the world. And therefore I have not appointed wives for you. For as for the spiritual ones of the heaven, in heaven is their dwelling. And now the giants, who are produced from the spirits and flesh, shall be called evil spirits upon the earth, and on the earth shall be their dwelling. Evil spirits have proceeded from their bodies, because they are born from men, and from the watchers is their beginning and primal origin. They shall be evil spirits on earth, and evil spirits shall they be called. And the spirits of the giants afflict, oppress, destroy, attack, do battle, and work destruction on the earth, and cause trouble. They take no food, but nevertheless hunger and thirst, and cause offenses. And these spirits shall rise up against the children of men and against the women, because they have proceeded from them, from the days of the slaughter and destruction and death of the giants, from the souls of whose flesh the spirits, having gone forth, shall destroy without incurring judgment. Thus shall they destroy until the day of the consummation, the great judgment in which the age shall be consummated, over the watchers and the godless. Yea, shall be wholly consummated. And now as to the watchers, who have sent thee to intercede for them, who had been aforetime in heaven, say to them, You have been in heaven, but all the mysteries had not yet been revealed to you, and you knew worthless ones. And these in the hardness of your hearts you have made known to the women. And through these mysteries women and men work much evil on earth. Say to them, therefore, You have no peace, taken by angels. Angels took and brought me to a place in which those who were there were like flaming fire. And when they wished, they appeared as men. And they brought me to the place of darkness, and to a mountain, the point of whose summit reached to heaven. And I saw the places of the luminaries, and the treasuries of the stars, and of the thunder, and in the uttermost depths, where were a fiery bow and arrows, and their quiver, and a fiery sword, and all the lightnings. And they took me to the living waters, and to the fire of the west, which receives every setting of the sun. And I came to a river of fire, in which the fire flows like water, and discharges itself into the great sea towards the west. I saw the great rivers, and came to the great river, and to the great darkness, and went to the place where no flesh walks. I saw the mountains of the darkness of winter, and the place whence all the waters of the deep flow. I saw the mouths of all the rivers of the earth, and the mouth of the deep. I saw the treasuries of all the winds. I saw how he had furnished with them the whole creation and the firm foundations of the earth. And I saw the cornerstone of the earth. I saw the four winds which bear the firmament of the heaven. And I saw how the winds stretch out the vaults of heaven, and have their station between heaven and earth. These are the pillars of the heaven. I saw the winds of heaven which turn and bring the circumference of the sun and all the stars to their setting. I saw the winds on the earth carrying the clouds. I saw the paths of the angels. I saw at the end of the earth the firmament of the heaven above, and I proceeded and saw a place which burns day and night, where there are 7 mountains of magnificent stones, 3 towards the east and 3 towards the south. And as for those towards the east, was of colored stone, and one of pearl, and one of jacinth, and those towards the south of red stone. But the middle one reached to heaven like the throne of God, of alabaster, and the summit of the throne was of sapphire, and I saw a flaming fire. And beyond these mountains is a region, the end of the great earth. There the heavens were completed, and I saw a deep abyss with columns of heavenly fire, and among them I saw columns of fire fall, which were beyond measure alike towards the height and towards the depth. And beyond that abyss I saw a place which had no firmament of the heaven above, and no firmly founded earth beneath it. There was no water upon it, and no birds, but it was a waste and horrible place. I saw there 7 stars like great burning mountains, and to me, when I inquired regarding them, the angel said, "This place is the end of heaven and earth. This has become a prison for the stars and the host of heaven, and the stars which roll over the fire are they which have transgressed the commandment of the Lord in the beginning of their rising, because they did not come forth at their appointed times. And he was wroth with them, and bound them till the time when their guilt should be consummated for 10,000 years. And Uriel said to me, Here shall stand the angels who have connected themselves with women, and their spirits, assuming many different forms, are defiling mankind, and shall lead them astray into sacrificing to demons as gods. Here shall they stand, till the day of the great judgment, in which they shall be judged till they are made an end of. And the women also of the angels who went astray shall become sirens. And I, Enoch, alone saw the vision, the ends of all things, and no man shall see as I have seen. The holy angels, and these are the names of the holy angels who watch mankind. Uriel, one of the holy angels, who is over the world and over Tartarus. Raphael, one of the holy angels, who is over the spirits of men. Raguel, one of the holy angels, who takes vengeance on the world of the luminaries. Michael, one of the holy angels, to wit, he that is set over the best part of mankind and over chaos. Sarachiel, one of the holy angels, who is set over the spirits, who sin in the spirit. Gabriel, one of the holy angels, who is over paradise and the serpents and the cherubim. Remiel, one of the holy angels, whom God set over those who rise, and I proceeded to where things were chaotic. And I saw there something horrible. I saw neither a heaven above nor a firmly founded earth, but a place chaotic and horrible. And there I saw 7 stars of the heaven bound together in it, like great mountains and burning with fire. Then I said, For what sin are they bound? And on what account have they been cast in hither? Then said Uriel, one of the holy angels, who was with me and was chief over them, and said, Enoch, why dost thou ask, and why art thou eager for the truth? These are of the number of the stars of heaven, which have transgressed the commandment of the Lord, and are bound here till 10,000 years, the time entailed by their sins, are consummated. And from thence I went to another place, which was still more horrible than the former, and I saw a horrible thing, a great fire there which burnt and blazed, and the place was cleft as far as the abyss, being full of great descending columns of fire. Neither its extent or magnitude could I see, nor could I conjecture. Then I said, How fearful is the place, and how terrible to look upon. Then Uriel answered me, one of the holy angels who was with me, and said unto me, Enoch, why hast thou such fear and affright? And I answered, Because of this fearful place, and because of the spectacle of the pain. And he said unto me, This place is the prison of the angels, and here they will be imprisoned forever. And thence I went to another place, the mountain of hard rock, and there was in it 4 hollow places, deep and wide and very smooth. How smooth are the hollow places, and deep and dark to look at. Then Raphael answered, one of the holy angels who was with me, and said unto me, These hollow places have been created for this very purpose, that the spirits of the souls of the dead should assemble therein. Yea, that all the souls of the children of men should assemble here. And these places have been made to receive them till the day of their judgment, and till their appointed period, till the great judgment upon them. I saw a dead man making suit, and his voice went forth to heaven and made suit. And I asked Raphael the angel who was with me, and I said unto him, This spirit which maketh suit, whose is it, whose voice goeth forth and maketh suit to heaven? And he answered me, saying, This is the spirit which went forth from Abel, whom his brother Cain slew, and he makes his suit against him till his seed is destroyed from the face of the earth, and his seed is annihilated from amongst the seed of men. The eye asked regarding it, and regarding all the hollow places, Why is one separated from the other? And he answered me and said unto me, These three have been made that the spirits of the dead might be separated. And such a division has been made for the spirits of the righteous, in which there is the bright spring of water. And such has been made for sinners when they die and are buried in the earth, and judgment has not been executed on them in their lifetime. Here their spirits shall be set apart in this great pain, till the great day of judgment and punishment and torment of those who curse forever, and retribution for their spirits. There he shall bind them forever. And such a division has been made for the spirits of those who make their suit, who make disclosures concerning their destruction, when they were slain in the days of the sinners. Such has been made for the spirits of men who were not righteous but sinners, who were complete in transgression, and of the transgressors they shall be companions, but their spirits shall not be slain in the day of judgment, nor shall they be raised from thence. The I blessed the Lord of glory, and said, Blessed be my Lord, the Lord of righteousness, who ruleth forever. From thence I went to another place to the west of the ends of the earth. And I saw a burning fire which ran without resting, and paused not from its course day or night, but regularly. And I asked, saying, What is this which rests not? Then Raguel, one of the holy angels who was with me, answered me and said unto me, This course of fire which thou hast seen is the fire in the west, which persecutes all the luminaries of heaven. And from thence I went to another place of the earth, and he showed me a mountain range of fire which burnt day and night. And I went beyond it, and saw 7 magnificent mountains, all differing each from the other. And the stones were magnificent and beautiful, magnificent as a whole, of glorious appearance and fair exterior. 3 towards the east, one founded on the other, and 3 towards the south, one upon the other, and deep rough ravines, no one of which joined with any other. And the 7th mountain was in the midst of these, and it excelled them in height, resembling the seat of a throne, and fragrant trees encircled the throne. And amongst them was a tree such as I had never yet smelt. Neither was any amongst them, nor were others like it. It had a fragrance beyond all fragrance, and its leaves and blooms and wood wither not forever. And its fruit is beautiful, and its fruit resembles the dates of a palm. Then I said, How beautiful is this tree, and fragrant, and its leaves are fair, and its blooms very delightful in appearance. Then answered Michael, one of the holy and honored angels, who was with me, and was their leader. And he said unto me, Enoch, why dost thou ask me regarding the fragrance of the tree, and why dost thou wish to learn the truth? 38. Then I answered him, saying, I wish to know about everything, but especially about this tree. And he answered, saying, This high mountain which thou hast seen, whose summit is like the throne of God, is his throne, where the Holy Great One, the Lord of glory, the eternal King, will sit, when he shall come down to visit the earth with goodness And as for this fragrant tree, no mortal is permitted to touch it till the great judgment, when he shall take vengeance on all and bring to its consummation forever. It shall then be given to the righteous and holy. Its fruit shall be for food to the elect. It shall be transplanted to the holy place, to the temple of the Lord, the eternal King. Then shall they rejoice with joy and be glad. And into the holy place shall they enter. And its fragrance shall be in their bones, and they shall live a long life on earth. Such as thy fathers lived, and in their days shall no sorrow or plague, or torment or calamity touch them. Then blessed I the God of glory, the eternal King, who hath prepared such things for the righteous, and hath created them, and promised to give to them. And I went from thence to the middle of the earth, and I saw a blessed place in which there were trees with branches abiding and blooming. And there I saw a holy mountain. And underneath the mountain to the east there was a stream, and it flowed towards the south. And I saw towards the east another mountain higher than this, and between them a deep and narrow ravine. In it also ran a stream underneath the mountain, and to the west thereof there was another mountain, lower than the former and of small elevation, and a ravine deep and dry between them. And another deep and dry ravine was at the extremities of the three mountains. And all the ravines were deep and narrow, of hard rock, and trees were not planted upon them. And I marveled at the rocks, and I marveled at the ravine, yea, I marveled very much. Then said I, For what object is this blessed land, which is entirely filled with trees, and this accursed valley between? Then Uriel, one of the holy angels who was with me, answered and said, This accursed valley is for those who are accursed forever. Here shall all the accursed be gathered together, who utter with their lips against the Lord unseemly words, and of his glory speak hard things. Here shall they be gathered together, and here shall be their place of judgment. In the last days there shall be upon them the spectacle of righteous judgment in the presence of the righteous forever. Here shall the merciful bless the Lord of glory, the eternal King. In the days of judgment over the former, they shall bless him for the mercy in accordance with which he has assigned them. Then I blessed the Lord of glory, and set forth his glory, and lauded him gloriously. And thence I went towards the east, into the midst of the mountain range of the desert. And I saw a wilderness, and it was solitary, full of trees and plants. And water gushed forth from above. Rushing like a copious watercourse towards the northwest, it caused clouds and dew to ascend on every side. And thence I went to another place in the desert, and approached to the east of this mountain range. And there I saw aromatic trees exhaling the fragrance of frankincense and myrrh, and the trees also were similar to the almond tree. And beyond these I went afar to the east, and I saw another place, a valley of water. And therein there was a tree, the color of fragrant trees, such as the mastic. And on the sides of those valleys I saw fragrant cinnamon. And beyond these I proceeded to the east. And I saw other mountains, and amongst them were groves of trees, and there flowed forth from them nectar, which is named Sarara and Galbanum. And beyond these mountains I saw another mountain to the east of the ends of the earth, whereon were aloe trees, and all the trees were full of stacked, being like almond trees. And when one burnt it, it smelt sweeter than any fragrant odor. And after these fragrant odors, as I looked towards the north over the mountains, I saw 7 mountains full of choice nard and fragrant trees and cinnamon and pepper. And thence I went over the summits of all these mountains, far towards the east of the earth, and passed above the Erythraean Sea, and went far from it, and passed over the angel Zotiel. And I came to the garden of righteousness, and from afar off I saw numerous trees, and these great 2 trees there, very great, beautiful, and glorious, and magnificent, and the tree of knowledge, whose holy fruit they eat and know great wisdom. That tree is in height like the strangler fig, and its leaves are like the carob tree, and its fruit is like the clusters of the vine, very beautiful. And the fragrance of the tree penetrates afar. Then I said, "How beautiful is the tree, and how attractive is its look." Then Raphael, the holy angel, who was with me, answered me and said, "This is the tree of wisdom, of which thy father old and thy aged mother, who were before thee, have eaten. And they learnt wisdom, and their eyes were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they were driven out of the garden. And from thence I went to the ends of the earth, and saw there great beasts, and each differed from the other, and birds also differing in appearance and beauty and voice, the one differing from the other. And to the east of those beasts I saw the ends of the earth whereon the heaven rests, and the portals of the heaven open. And I saw how the stars of heaven come forth, and I counted the portals out of which they proceed, and wrote down all their outlets of each individual star by itself, according to their number and their names, their courses and their positions, and their times and their months, as Uriel the holy angel who was with me showed me. He showed all things to me and wrote them down for me. Also their names he wrote for me, and their laws and their companies. And from thence I went towards the north, to the ends of the earth. And there I saw a great and glorious device at the ends of the whole earth. And here I saw 3 portals of heaven open in the heaven. Through each of them proceed north winds. When they blow, there is cold, hail, frost, snow, dew, and rain. And out of one portal they blow for good. But when they blow through the other 2 portals, it is with violence and affliction on the earth, and they blow with violence. And from thence I went towards the west to the ends of the earth, and saw there 3 portals of the heaven open, such as I had seen in the east, the same number of portals and the same number of outlets. And from thence I went to the south to the ends of the earth, and saw there 3 open portals of the heaven, and thence there come dew, rain, and wind. And from thence I went to the east to the ends of the heaven, and saw here the 3 eastern portals of heaven open and small portals above them. Through each of these small portals pass the stars of heaven and run their course to the west on the path which is shown to them. And as often as I saw, I blessed always the Lord of glory. And I continued to bless the Lord of glory, who has wrought great and glorious wonders, to show the greatness of his work to the angels and to spirits and to men, that they might praise his work and all his creation, that they might see the work of his might, and praise the great work of his hands, and bless him forever. The Book of Jubilees. And it came to pass, when the children of men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the angels of God saw them on a certain year of this Jubilee, that they were beautiful to look upon. And they took themselves wives of all whom they chose. And they bare unto them sons, and they were giants. And lawlessness increased on the earth, and all flesh corrupted its way, alike men and cattle and beasts and birds, and everything that walketh on the earth. All of them corrupted their ways and their orders, and they began to devour each other. And lawlessness increased on the earth, and every imagination of the thoughts of all men was thus evil continually. And God looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, and all flesh had corrupted its orders, and all that were upon the earth had wrought all manner of evil before his eyes. And he said that he would destroy man and all flesh upon the face of the earth which he had created. But Noah found grace before the eyes of the Lord. And against the angels whom he had sent upon the earth he was exceedingly wroth. And he gave commandment to root them out of all their dominion. And he bade us to bind them in the depths of the earth. And behold, they are bound in the midst of them, and are kept separate. And against their sons went forth a command from before his face, that they should be smitten with the sword, and be removed from under heaven. And he said, My spirit shall not always abide on man, for they also are flesh, and their days shall be 120 years. And he sent his sword into their midst, that each should slay his neighbor. And they began to slay each other, till they all fell by the sword, and were destroyed from the earth. And their fathers were witnesses of their destruction. And after this, they were bound in the depths of the earth forever, until the day of the great condemnation, when judgment is executed on all those who have corrupted their ways and their works before the Lord. And he destroyed all from their places, and there was not left one of them, whom he judged not according to all their wickedness. And he made for all his works a new and righteous nature, so that they should not sin in their whole nature forever, but should be all righteous, each in his kind always. And the judgment of all is ordained and written on the heavenly tablets in righteousness, even all who transgress from all their ways, and all who walk in them, and all who walk in any manner of defilement. And of the children of men who walk therein, their judgment is written in heaven, so that he will judge all the great ones forever. And he will destroy all their works, and cut off all their works from the earth. And behold, they are written down to him on the heavenly tablets against all the children of Israel, that they may be judged at the last day. And on the new moon of the 3rd month, Noah went forth from the ark, and built an altar on that mountain. And he made atonement for the earth, and took a kid, and made atonement by its blood for all the guilt of the earth. For everything that had been on it had been destroyed, save those that were in the ark with Noah. And he placed the fat thereof on the altar. And he took an ox, and a goat, and a sheep, and kids, and salt, and a turtle dove, and the young of a dove, and placed a burnt sacrifice on the altar, and poured thereon an offering mingled with oil, and sprinkled wine, and strewed frankincense over everything, and caused a goodly savor to arise, acceptable before the Lord. And the Lord smelt the goodly savor. And he made a covenant with him that there should not be any more a flood to destroy the earth, that all the days of the earth seed time and harvest should never cease, cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night should not change their order, nor cease forever. And you command the children of Israel that they observe the years according to this reckoning, 364 days, and these will constitute a complete year. And they will not disturb its time from its days and from its feasts. For everything will fall out in them, according to their testimony, and they will not leave out any day, nor disturb any feasts. But if they do neglect, and do not observe them according to his commandment, then they will disturb all their seasons, and the years will be dislodged from this order. And they will disturb the seasons, and the years will be dislodged, and they will neglect their ordinances. And all the children of Israel will forget and will not find the path of the years, and will forget the new moons and seasons and Sabbaths. And they will go wrong as to all the order of the years. For I know, and from henceforth will I declare it unto thee, and it is not of my own devising. For the book is written before me, and on the heavenly tablets the division of days is ordained, lest they forget the feasts of the covenant, and walk according to the feasts of the Gentiles, after their error, and after their ignorance. For there will be those who will assuredly make observations of the moon, how it disturbeth the seasons, and cometh in from year to year, 10 days too soon. For this reason the years will come upon them, when they will disturb the order, and make an abominable day the day of testimony, and an unclean day a feast day, and they will confound all the days, the holy with the unclean, and the unclean day with the holy. For they will go wrong as to the months and Sabbaths and feasts and jubilees. For this reason I command and testify to thee, that thou mayest testify to them. For after thy death thy children will disturb them, so that they will not make the year 364 days only. And for this reason, they will go wrong as to the new moons and seasons and Sabbaths and festivals. And they will eat all kinds of blood with all kinds of flesh. And in the 7th week, in the 1st year thereof, in this Jubilee, Noah planted vines on the mountain on which the ark had rested, named Lubar, one of the Ararat mountains. And they produced fruit in the 4th year. And he guarded their fruit, and gathered it in this year, in the 7th month. And he made wine therefrom, and put it into a vessel, and kept it until the 5th year, until the 1st day, on the new moon of the 1st month. And he celebrated with joy the day of this feast. And he made a burnt sacrifice unto the Lord, 1 young ox and 1 ram, and 7 sheep, each a year old, and 1 he-goat, that he might make atonement thereby for himself and his sons. And he prepared the altar on the mountain, and called upon the name of the Lord. Thou art my God forever and ever. And Noah rejoiced, and drank of this wine, he and his children with joy. And it was evening, and he went into his tent, and being drunken, he lay down and slept, and was uncovered in his tent as he slept. And Ham saw Noah naked, and went forth and told his 2 brethren without. And Shem took his garment, and arose, he and Japheth. And they placed the garment on their shoulders, and went backward, and covered the shame of their father. And their faces were backward. And Noah awoke from his sleep, and knew all that his younger son had done unto him. And he cursed his son, and said, Cursed be Canaan, an enslaved servant shall he be unto his brethren. And he blessed Shem, and said, Blessed be the Lord God of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. God shall enlarge Japheth, and God shall dwell in the dwelling of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. And Noah awoke from his sleep, and knew all that his younger son had done unto him. And he cursed his son, and said, Cursed be Canaan, an enslaved servant shall he be unto his brethren. And he blessed Shem, and said, Blessed be the Lord God of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. God shall enlarge Japheth, and God shall dwell in the dwelling of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. And Noah wrote all things in a book as we instructed him concerning every kind of medicine. Thus the evil spirits were precluded from hurting the sons of Noah. And he gave all that he had written to Shem, his eldest son, for he loved him exceedingly above all his sons. And Noah slept with his fathers, and was buried on Mount Lubar in the land of Ararat. 950 years he completed in his life, 19 jubilees, and 2 weeks, and 5 years. And in his life on earth he excelled the children of men save Enoch, because of the righteousness wherein he was perfect. For Enoch's office was ordained for a testimony to the generations of the world, so that he should recount all the deeds of generation unto generation, till the day of judgment. Epic of Gilgamesh, Tablet I. He who has seen everything, I will make known to the lands. I will teach about him who experienced all things. Alike, Anu granted him the totality of knowledge of all. He saw the secret, discovered the hidden. He brought information of the time before the flood. He went on a distant journey, pushing himself to exhaustion, but then was brought to peace. He carved on a stone stela all of his toils, and built the wall of Uruk Haven, the wall of the sacred Eanna temple, the holy sanctuary. Look at its wall which gleams like copper. Inspect its inner wall, the likes of which no one can equal. Take hold of the threshold stone. It dates from ancient times. Go close to the Eanna temple, the residence of Ishtar, such as no later king or man ever equaled. Go up on the wall of Uruk and walk around. Examine its foundation, inspect its brickwork thoroughly. Is not even the core of the brick structure made of kiln-fired brick? And did not the 7 sages themselves lay out its plans? 1 league city, 1 league palm gardens, 1 league lowlands, the open area of the Ishtar temple, 3 leagues and the open area of Uruk-it, the wall, encloses. Find the copper tablet box, open the of its lock of bronze, undo the fastening of its secret opening. Take and read out from the lapis lazuli tablet how Gilgamesh went through every hardship. Supreme over other kings, lordly in appearance, he is the hero, born of Uruk, the goring wild bull. He walks out in front, the leader, and walks at the rear, trusted by his companions. Mighty Net, protector of his people, raging flood wave who destroys even walls of stone. Offspring of Lugal Banda, Gilgamesh is strong to perfection, son of the august cow, Rimat Ninsun. Gilgamesh is awesome to perfection. It was he who opened the mountain passes, who dug wells on the flank of the mountain. It was he who crossed the ocean, the vast seas, to the rising sun, who explored the world regions, seeking life. It was he who reached by his own sheer strength, Utanapishtim, the faraway, who restored the sanctuaries, or cities, that the flood had destroyed for teeming mankind. Who can compare with him in kingliness? Who can say like Gilgamesh, I am king? Whose name from the day of his birth was called Gilgamesh. 2/3 of him is God, 1/3 of him is human. The great goddess, Aruru. Designed? The model for his body, she prepared his form. Beautiful, handsomest of men. Perfect. He walks around in the enclosure of Uruk. Like a wild bull, he makes himself mighty, head raised over others. There is no rival who can raise his weapon against him. His fellows stand at the alert, attentive to his orders, and the men of Uruk become anxious in. Gilgamesh does not leave a son to his father. Day and night he arrogant. The following lines are interpreted as rhetorical, perhaps spoken by the oppressed citizens of Uruk. Is Gilgamesh the shepherd of Uruk Haven? Is he the shepherd? Bold, eminent, knowing, and wise. Gilgamesh does not leave a girl to her mother. The daughter of the warrior, the bride of the young man. The gods kept hearing their complaints. So the gods of the heavens implored the Lord of Uruk, Anu. You have indeed brought into being a mighty wild bull, head raised. There is no rival who can raise a weapon against him. His fellows stand at the alert, attentive to his orders. Gilgamesh does not leave a son to his father. Day and night he arrogantly. Is he the shepherd of Uruk Haven? Is he their shepherd? Bold, eminent, knowing, and wise. Gilgamesh does not leave a girl to her mother. The daughter of the warrior, the bride of the young man. Anu listened to their complaints, and the gods called out to Aruru. It was you, Aruru, who created mankind. Now create a Zikru to it, him. Let him be equal to his Gilgamesh's stormy heart. Let them be a match for each other, so that Uruk may find peace. When Aruru heard this, she created within herself the Zikrit of Anu. Aruru washed her hands. She pinched off some clay and threw it into the wilderness. In the wildness, she created valiant Enkidu, born of silence, endowed with strength by Ninurta. His whole body was shaggy with hair. He had a full head of hair like a woman. His locks billowed in profusion like Ashnan. He knew neither people nor settled living, but wore a garment like Sumukan. He ate grasses with the gazelles and jostled at the watering hole with the animals. As with animals, his thirst was slaked with mere water. A notorious trapper came face to face with him opposite the watering hole. A first, a second, and a third day, he came face to face with him opposite the watering hole. On seeing him, the trapper's face went stark with fear, and he, Enkidu, and his animals drew back home. He was rigid with fear. Though stock still, his heart pounded, and his face drained of color. He was miserable to the core, and his face looked like one who had made a long journey. The trapper addressed his father, saying, "Father, a certain fellow has come from the mountains. He is the mightiest in the land. His strength is as mighty as the meteorite of Anu. He continually goes over the mountains. He continually jostles at the watering place with the animals. He continually plants his feet opposite the watering place." I was afraid, so I did not go up to him. He filled in the pits that I had dug, wrenched out my traps that I had spread, released from my grasp the wild animals. He does not let me make my rounds in the wilderness. The trapper's father spoke to him, saying, "My son, there lives in Uruk a certain Gilgamesh. There is no one stronger than he. He is as strong as the meteorite of Anu. Go, set off to Uruk, tell Gilgamesh of this man of might. He will give you the harlot Shamhat. Take her with you. The woman will overcome the fellow, as if she were strong. When the animals are drinking at the watering place, have her take off her robe and expose her sex. When he sees her, he will draw near to her, and his animals, who grew up in his wilderness, will be alien to him." He heeded his father's advice. The trapper went off to Uruk. He made the journey, stood inside of Uruk, and declared to Gilgamesh, "There is a certain fellow who has come from the mountains. He is the mightiest in the land. His strength is as mighty as the meteorite of Anu. He continually goes over the mountains. He continually jostles at the watering place with the animals. He continually plants his feet opposite the watering place. I was afraid, so I did not go up to him. He filled in the pits that I had dug, wrenched out my traps that I had spread, released from my grasp the wild animals. He does not let me make my rounds in the wilderness." Gilgamesh said to the trapper, "Go, trapper, bring the harlot Shamhat with you. When the animals are drinking at the watering place, have her take off her robe and expose her sex. When he sees her, he will draw near to her, and his animals, who grew up in his wilderness, will be alien to him." The trapper went, bringing the harlot Shamhat with him. They set off on the journey, making direct way. On the third day they arrived at the appointed place, and the trapper and the harlot sat down at their posts. A first day and a second, they sat opposite the watering hole. The animals arrived and drank at the watering hole. The wild beasts arrived and slaked their thirst with water. Then he, Enkidu, offspring of the mountains, who eats grasses with the gazelles, came to drink at the watering hole with the animals. With the wild beasts he slaked his thirst with water. Then Shamhat saw him, a primitive, a savage fellow from the depths of the wilderness. "That is he, Shamhat. Release your clenched arms, expose your sex so he can take in your voluptuousness. Do not be restrained. Take his energy. When he sees you, he will draw near to you. Spread out your robe so he can lie upon you, and perform for this primitive the task of womankind. His animals, who grew up in his wilderness, will become alien to him, and his lust will groan over you." Shamhat unclutched her bosom, exposed her sex, and he took in her voluptuousness. She was not restrained, but took his energy. She spread out her robe, and he lay upon her. She performed for the primitive the task of womankind. His lust groaned over her. For 6 days and 7 nights, Enkidu stayed aroused, and had intercourse with the harlot until he was sated with her charms. But when he turned his attention to his animals, the gazelles saw Enkidu and darted off. The wild animals distanced themselves from his body. Enkidu, his utterly depleted body, his knees that wanted to go off with his animals, went rigid. Enkidu was diminished. His running was not as before. But then he drew himself up, for his understanding had broadened. Turning around, he sat down at the harlot's feet, gazing into her face, his ears attentive as the harlot spoke. The harlot said to Enkidu, "You are beautiful." Enkidu, "You are become like a god. Why do you gallop around the wilderness with the wild beasts? Come, let me bring you into Uruk Haven, to the holy temple, the residence of Anu and Ishtar, the place of Gilgamesh, who is wise to perfection, but who struts his power over the people like a wild bull." What she kept saying found favor with him. Becoming aware of himself, he sought a friend. Enkidu spoke to the harlot. "Come, Shamhat, take me away with you to the sacred holy temple, the residence of Anu and Ishtar, the place of Gilgamesh, who is wise to perfection, but who struts his power over the people like a wild bull. I will challenge him. Let me shout out in Uruk, 'I am the Mighty One.' Lead me in, and I will change the order of things. He whose strength is mightiest is the one born in the wilderness." Shamhat to Enkidu, "Come, let us go so he may see your face. I will lead you to Gilgamesh. I know where he will be. Look about, Enkidu, inside Uruk Haven, where the people show off in skirted finery, where every day is a day for some festival, where the lyre and drum play continually, where harlots stand about prettily, exuding voluptuousness, full of laughter, and on the couch of night the sheets are spread. Enkidu, you who do not know how to live, I will show you Gilgamesh, a man of extreme feelings. Look at him. Gaze at his face. He is a handsome youth with freshness. His entire body exudes voluptuousness. He has mightier strength than you, without sleeping day or night. Enkidu, it is your wrong thoughts you must change. It is Gilgamesh whom Shamhat loves, and Anu, Enlil, and La have enlarged his mind. Even before you came from the mountain, Gilgamesh and Uruk had dreams about you. Gilgamesh got up and revealed the dream, saying to his mother, "Mother, I had a dream last night. Stars of the sky appeared, and some kind of meteorite of Anu fell next to me. I tried to lift it, but it was too mighty for me. I tried to turn it over, but I could not budge it. The land of Uruk was standing around it. The whole land had assembled about it. The populace was thronging around it. The men clustered about it and kissed its feet as if it were a little baby. I loved it and embraced it as a wife. I laid it down at your feet, and you made it compete with me." The mother of Gilgamesh, the wise, all-knowing, said to her lord. Rimat Ninsun, the wise, all-knowing, said to Gilgamesh, "As for the stars of the sky that appeared and the meteorite of Anu which fell next to you, you tried to lift, but it was too mighty for you. You tried to turn it over, but were unable to budge it. You laid it down at my feet, and I made it compete with you, and you loved and embraced it as a wife. There will come to you a mighty man, a comrade who saves his friend. He is the mightiest in the land. He is strongest. His strength is mighty as the meteorite of Anu. You loved him and embraced him as a wife, and it is he who will repeatedly save you. Your dream is good and propitious." A second time, Gilgamesh said to his mother, "Mother, I have had another dream. At the gate of my marital chamber there lay an axe, and people had collected about it. The land of Uruk was standing around it. The whole land had assembled about it. The populace was thronging around it. I laid it down at your feet. I loved it and embraced it as a wife, and you made it compete with me." The mother of Gilgamesh, the wise, all-knowing, said to her son. Rimat Ninsun, the wise, all-knowing, said to Gilgamesh, "The axe that you saw is a man. That you love him and embrace as a wife. But that I have compete with you. There will come to you a mighty man, a comrade who saves his friend. He is the mightiest in the land. He is strongest. He is as mighty as the meteorite of Anu." Gilgamesh spoke to his mother, saying, "By the command of Enlil, the great counselor, so may it to pass. May I have a friend and advisor, a friend and advisor may I have. You have interpreted for me the dreams about him. After the harlot recounted the dreams of Gilgamesh to Enkidu, the two of them made love. Tablet 2 Enkidu sits in front of her. The next 30 lines are missing. Some of the fragmentary lines from 35 on are restored from parallels in the Old Babylonian. Why? His own counsel. At his instruction. Who knows his heart? Shamhat pulled off her clothing and clothed him with one piece while she clothed herself with a second. She took hold of him as the gods do and brought him to the hut of the shepherds. The shepherds gathered all around about him. They marveled to themselves. How the youth resembles Gilgamesh, tall in stature, towering up to the battlements over the wall. Surely he was born in the mountains. His strength is as mighty as the meteorite of Anu. They placed food in front of him. They placed beer in front of him. Enkidu knew nothing about eating bread for food, and of drinking beer he had not been taught. The harlot spoke to Enkidu, saying, "Eat the food, Enkidu. It is the way one lives. Drink the beer, as is the custom of the land." Enkidu ate the food until he was sated. He drank the beer 7 jugs and became expansive and sang with joy. He was elated and his face glowed. He splashed his shaggy body with water and rubbed himself with oil and turned into a human. He put on some clothing and became like a warrior. He took up his weapon and chased lions so that the shepherds could eat. He routed the wolves and chased the lions. With Enkidu as their guard, the herders could lie down. A wakeful man, a singular youth. He was twice as tall as normal men. The next 33 lines are missing in the standard version. Lines 57 to 86 are taken from the Old Babylonian. Then he raised his eyes and saw a man. He said to the harlot, "Shamhat, have that man go away. Why has he come? I will call out his name." The harlot called out to the man and went over to him and spoke with him. "Young man, where are you hurrying? Why this arduous pace?" The young man spoke, saying to Enkidu, "They have invited me to a wedding, as is the custom of the people. The selection of brides. I have heaped up tasty delights for the wedding on the ceremonial platter. For the king of broad-marted Uruk, open is the veil of the people for choosing a girl. For Gilgamesh, the king of broad-marted Uruk, open is the veil of the people for choosing. He will have intercourse with the destined wife, he first, the husband afterward. This is ordered by the council of Anu. From the severing of his umbilical cord, it has been destined for him." At the young man's speech, his Enkidu's face flushed with anger. Several lines are missing. Enkidu walked in front, and Shamhat after him. The standard version resumes. He, Enkidu, walked down the street of Uruk Haven, mighty. He blocked the way through Uruk the sheepfold. The land of Uruk stood around him. The whole land assembled about him. The populace was thronging around him. The men were clustered about him and kissed his feet as if he were a little baby. Suddenly a handsome young man, for his Shara, the bed of night, marriage, is ready. For Gilgamesh, as for a god a counterpart, is set up. Enkidu blocked the entry to the marital chamber and would not allow Gilgamre to be brought in. They grappled with each other at the entry to the marital chamber. In the street they attacked each other, the public square of the land. The doorposts trembled and the wall shook. About 42 lines are missing from the standard version. Lines 103 to 129 are taken from the Old Babylonian version. Gilgamesh bent his knees. With his other foot on the ground, his anger abated and he turned his chest away. After he turned his chest, Enkidu said to Gilgamesh, "Your mother bore you ever unique, the wild cow of the Enlil has destined for you the kingship over the people. 19 lines are missing here. They kissed each other and became friends. The Old Babylonian becomes fragmentary. The standard version resumes. His strength is the mightiest in the land. His strength is as mighty as the meteorite of Anu. The mother of Gilgamesh spoke to Gilgamesh, saying, Rimat Ninsun said to her son, Rimar Ninsun, my son. Plaintively, she went up into his Shamash's gateway. Plaintively, she implored, Enkidu has no father or mother. His shaggy hair no one cuts. He was born in the wilderness. No one raised him. Enkidu was standing there and heard the speech. He sat down and wept. His eyes filled with tears. His arms felt limp. His strength weakened. They took each other by the hand, and their hands like. Enkidu made a declaration to Gilgamesh. 32 lines are missing here. In order to protect the cedar forest, Enlil assigned Humbaba as a terror to human beings. Humbaba's roar is a flood. His mouth is fire, and his breath is death. He can hear 100 leagues away any rustling in his forest. Who would go down into his forest? Enlil assigned him as a terror to human beings, and whoever goes down into his forest paralysis will strike. Gilgamesh spoke to Enkidu, saying, What you say. About 42 lines are missing here in the standard version. Lines 228 to 249 are taken from the Old Babylonian. Who, my friend, can ascend to the heavens? Only. The gods can dwell forever with Shamash. As for human beings, their days are numbered, and whatever they keep trying to achieve is but wind. Now you are afraid of death. What has become of your bold strength? I will go in front of you, and your mouth can call out, Go on closer, do not be afraid. Should I fall, I will have established my fame. They will say, It was Gilgamesh who locked in battle with Humbaba the Terrible. You were born and raised in the wilderness. A lion leaped up on you. So you have experienced it all. 5 lines are fragmentary. I will undertake it, and I will cut down the cedar. It is I who will establish fame for eternity. Come, my friend. I will go over to the forge and have them cast the weapons in our presence. Holding each other by the hand, they went over to the forge. The standard version resumes at this point. The craftsmen sat and discussed with one another. We should fashion the axe. The hatchet should he 1 talent in weight. Their swords should be 1 talent. Their armor 1 talent, their armor. Gilgamesh said to the men of Uruk, Listen to me, men. 5 lines are missing here. You, men of Uruk, who know, I want to make myself more mighty, and will go on a distant journey. I will face fighting such as I have never known. I will set out on a road I have never traveled. Give me your blessings. I will enter the city gate of Uruk. I will devote myself to the New Year's festival. I will perform the New Year's ceremonies. In the New Year's festival will take place celebrations. They will keep shouting, Hurrah! Enkidu spoke to the elders. What the men of Uruk say to him that he must nor go to the cedar forest. The journey is not to be made. A man who, the guardian of the cedar forest, the noble counselors of Uruk arose and delivered their advice to Gilgamesh. You are young, Gilgamesh. Your heart carries you off. You do not know what you are talking about. Gave birth to you. Humbaba's roar is a flood. His mouth is fire. His breath, death. He can hear any rustling in his forest 100 leagues away. Who would go down into his forest? Who among even the Agigi gods can confront him? In order to keep the cedar safe, Enlil assigned him as a terror to human beings. Gilgamesh listened to the statement of his noble counselors. About 5 lines are missing to the end of Tablet 2. We began this journey with a question. Were the Anunnaki ancient gods or alien visitors? Across 4 hours, we have walked through the sands of Mesopotamia, opened the libraries of Nineveh, traced star maps etched on clay, listened to the Dogon speak of Sirius B, and followed the echoes of sky beings across continents. We've weighed the alien hypothesis, examined its allure and its gaps. And now, as the circle closes, one truth remains clear. The Sumerians never spoke of aliens. They spoke of gods. Beings who did not simply mine or engineer, but who taught, judged, guided, and inspired. Their influence wasn't only on stone tablets or irrigation canals, it was carved into the human spirit. Maybe modern theories call them astronauts. But to those who lived with their presence, they were divine. The Anunnaki were not just visitors from the stars. They were, and are, the gods of our first civilization. Perhaps the greatest secret in human history is not that we were once touched by aliens, but that we once walked with gods. So sleep now, knowing the mystery is far from over. And remember, sometimes the oldest stories are not myths at all. They are memories.